Shorty what touch. Hey, Mr. Mukwen. How's it, guys? Shaw's Buddha. And Barumeni Matalisa. Shaw Camelo. This will be dragged on because none will take responsibilities possible. Itadas Buddha. Shaw Lugagas. Good evening, Dala. Shaw's Babazo, hi Tebaling. Shaw Akona. Tonight, guys, we're talking about this Boksburg explosion. It's been making a lot of news. Shaw Kandalenja. Hi Keran Gold. Hi Tabile. Boksburg explosion, guys. I think so far 27 people have been confirmed dead. Itada Ganda. Hi Itani. Hi user. He was supposed to be charged on culpable homicide so long. Hey B. Bulelo. Dimesh. I'm well, and you? People are saying the driver should have been charged with culpable homicide, guys. It looks like it's a complicated situation. It's not as easy as people might want it to be. I've looked at a number of legislations that governs the transportation of hazardous goods. It's mostly high-level regulation. Hi, Patricia. I think the owner should also take responsibility. I don't think the owners are going to take responsibility because what we now know is that this function was outsourced. Hello, Namazizi. It was outsourced to a labor broker. So the driver was not hired directly by the company. We don't know to what extent was the work outsourced. Was it only to employ workers or to also take responsibility for transportation? But I think we should get those details as time goes by. But it doesn't look like they're going to take responsibility. So far, what they've said to the media is that nobody's wrong. Not the company, not the driver. So that's what they have said so far. And we now know that the driver was arrested, but he's since been released. So it's going to be a complicated one. The best I see coming out of this is civil litigation. It's easy to point a finger to the driver, but the owner's due diligence is questionable. Yes, Dala, from what a lot of people have said, the owners have to assume a certain level of responsibility, but so far, none is accepting responsibility. Not the labor broker, not the company that owns that material is accepting responsibility. So I've been watching the interviews by ISS, Innovative Staffing Solutions. That is the labor broker that employed the driver. According to their version, and I think when you listen carefully to their version, it is defense. They are beginning to build a defense. Number one, they are saying the guy missed a turn What we now know is that he was traveling on M17. Could have missed. I think there's a problem with my network. I'm not sure. Can you guys still see and hear me? Yeah, I think there's a network problem. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Okay, let me use mobile data so long. We can see you, but we keep on cutting. Yeah, I'm getting those messages as well. Okay, I've switched on network. I'm gonna switch off the Wi-Fi. Can you now hear me clearly? I've switched off Wi-Fi and I'm using mobile data. Am I clear now without any breaking? Am I clear, guys? Can you hear me loud and clear without any breakup? All right, thanks, Mukwena. So I've looked at and I've tried. I don't know, Wi-Fi where I am might be having some challenges. Okay, no, that's fine. Let's go on. Let's soldier on. So I was saying, guys, I've looked at the map. It is possible that this guy could have missed an off-ramp, and I could see the route where he was trying to go and catch the turn-off that he missed. But now there is a question. There are questions that are being posed that the moment you miss a turn, there should be a controller somewhere back in the office who should be able to monitor the route that you are taking, and that person should be able to call you and ask you where are you going. Now, the labor broker ISS is telling us that the driver did call or did speak to the operator, and both agreed that there's no way he can make a U-turn and go back to the route that he missed. So there was an agreement with the operator that he must go and find that turn that he missed. And they are saying, again, the bridge itself, they are building a case, remember this, guys. They are saying the bridge signage, height signage was not clear. So the driver could not see clearly the height. And they are saying again, when he approached that bridge, he did make an assessment to determine if that tanker would be able to go through. And his initial assessment was that the tanker would be able to go through. The difficulty that he faced, that he did not realize, was that that bridge had a decline and incline. I think it's something like this. It goes down, then you are able to, the head of the tanker is able to go through. But when it's supposed to go out, there is an incline which then got one of the tankers stuck. So that is the defense that they are building so far. And I think based on that information, the NPA realized that they cannot charge the driver. So one thing that we must make clear is that the investigations are still ongoing. The guy, the company, the labor broker is not off the hook yet. But my question is, are the police quick enough to get all the records from the company? Because in the meantime, there can be falsified records, there can be some shenanigans that will go on, and the police needs to be on top of their game on this one. Anissa is saying once a driver goes off route, the controller sees that and should contact the driver. That's what we've been hearing, Anissa. And that's what ISS, Innovative Staffing Solutions, says happened. We don't know how true is that. Some guys who there's a guy who used to drive that specific tanker to get out of the M17, and you end up in Boksburg. So what is your views, guys? You can start requesting and share your views as to what do you think. I'll be watching this story insofar as it relates to the law, who's going to be charged based on what evidence. That would be the angle that I'll be following this story on. So let me see if there's anyone who wants to speak on this issue. Okay, no one yet. Can we request and answer? Yes, Dominic, I'm waiting for people to request. Why did they arrest the guy without adequate evidence? I think they just wanted to act on something, Zippo, because people were dying, that situation was dangerous, so the police needed to be seen to be doing something. They must produce the phone records that they called the driver. Exactly, Anissa. That is the route that the investigators must take. Where did get this information? I'm not sure what you're saying there. RTMS audits are vital logistics. Okay, let's see who's here. I can't see any request, guys. Dominic, let me see if I can invite you. My drivers were treated with kid gloves, and my most important asset, their safety, was my priority. Anissa, are you in the trucking business? Do you own one of these dangerous goods transporters? Where did you get this information? Oh, Sledgehammer, there have been interviews since yesterday. The labor broker ISS has been providing interviews to the media, to the TV. So that's where I get this information. I've been tracking the story videos. We need to treat what ISS is telling us with caution. Try and do is to try and protect. Used to be in the logistics for many years. That's the knowledge. Oh, I get you. Thanks. You think you, guys. One other rule that we apply here: as soon as I accept at least 4 to 5 people at a time, please put your microphone allow the speaker on the platform to complete. Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Dominic, can
I think your network is breaking.
Dominic hear me? Phone in the let's see. Okay, Dominic, let me know.
Your network breaks. We can hear you and then you cut. Your reception is very, very bad.
Okay, okay, you can speak solo. You can speak solo.
All right. First of all, I don't understand why is it that the ISS has anything to say about this. Because firstly, the ISS is just it's an hiring agency, maybe to Infinity Logistics or whatever the company is called. So basically, they had the driver, and then they gave him to the company, or maybe he wasn't signed over to the company; he was still working under the agency. But the incident itself um, in, involves the company and the driver. The only two people that can answer are the company or the driver. I've noticed that
Yes.
everyone, I'm a truck driver, everyone have seems to have this perfect picture that if you are a truck driver driving for a certain company, like as I'm driving liquid bulk, when you get off the road, they quickly call you, and those things are not true. Those things don't happen. They're just there in theory, and when they tell you if you're not in tracking, then you believe them. But those things don't really happen. Those things then don't really happen. Hence, that guy managed to get off the route up until he got there. That truck was stuck under that bridge for more than an hour and a half. That was
Mm,
enough time for him to act as a driver, but he
mm,
followed whatever he was told. As a gas tanker driver, if anything, let's say if there's a spillage, you take whatever you can take and you run as far as you can. That's what you are told. Because there is nothing you can do as a driver. You're not the spill kit people or whatever those people who work on those things do. You know nothing, you are just a driver.
mm,
There isn't really much difference between drivers. Don't be fooled by people when they say, this is a side tipper drives this, or you basically taught how to drive. The only thing is they tell you how to offload the tanker and how to load the tanker. That's it. And most of us tanker drivers, we don't even offload our loads. I'm driving liquid bulk. I load wine in Cape Town and bring it to Johannesburg and all these places. Sometimes what I do is just stay in the truck, we sign the invoices, weigh the truck in, weigh the truck out. They offload the truck themselves, they load the truck themselves. They've got paperwork that tells them how to load and where to load. You see. So the controller story
okay.
is it's just it's a mere fairy tale. It doesn't work. We work with the trucks daily. You get maybe if you load it on Friday, a load that's going to Cape Town that should be offloaded on Monday. You can stay the whole weekend without getting a call from the controller. The whole weekend. So this is not the perfect world whereby everyone says, yeah, he should have called him as soon as was off the route. Those things don't happen. We get lost all the time. That bridge is not the only one that's low in that Boksburg side. There's another one where usually, when you get stuck under that one, they rob you. I don't know the place is called um, Extension 5 or what, but I know that road is called the Knights Road there.
Yes.
You get robbed when you get. There's a lot of people who got stuck there. Tankers, taut liners, all those trucks they get stuck there. So this story, I don't think it should be okay. Now we're looking for people to blame because people are like, someone has to take the blame to get justice
Mm,
and so on and so on. But there's a chain of incidents that took place, and we cannot really place the blame on like the driver or the controller or the company
yeah.
because
No, I hear
the
you. I
company
hear you.
the company can train the driver as good as they can. The controller can
Yeah.
do his job as like the best he can do, the driver can be the best driver it is. But at some point, there comes a time whereby you have to apply your common knowledge, you have to use your own thinking without even consulting the second person. We can say
Yes.
in this case the driver should have known that the truck won't pass there, or we can say the controller should have long known that that road is not supposed to be is not meant for trucks. So this thing you cannot really blame it on single person. But what we can do now is take this and learn as to how to better the situation next time, how to better the
Yes.
trucking industry.
Uh,
But
Yeah.
like
No,
this,
I hear
it's
you.
not it's not gonna achieve much if everyone wants someone to go and just stay in jail because people are dead.
Yes.
yeah.
All right. Let's
I
hear
understand.
what other people are saying, Dominic. I get your point. You're making a whole lot of sense. Ed Pilzo, how
Yes.
do I pronounce your name?
Pilzo.
Or Pilzo.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much to get this opportunity. I'd like to support my brother was just commenting. Whatever that he's saying, I can say it is true. Because when I look at the period when the truck was stuck there, they said estimate it's 1 hour. Probably the traffic cop have been should have done something with that period to try to stop the people not coming closer to the bridge. Because if it's
Mm.
an hour, no man, people can the other one can be on the other side and the other can be on the other side and stop the people coming closer to the bridge. Okay, maybe they were looking over that. It's fine. The driver, they are saying the driver, after having that incident, he was busy making calls. He was not even concentrating on the people, what they were doing there. That is true. When you are shocked, you cannot be able to do everything by yourself. But the people that
Mm.
are there should be responsible. The people that are there should be responsible. As personally myself, I don't see a need to take pictures, do videos for a truck that is stuck there and come
Yes.
closer and come closer. For what good reason? For what good reason? Now we have
Mm.
lost our loved ones, we have lost our friends and families because we did not have, maybe we did not think ahead of what can happen in that
Mm.
situation. So what I can say now, to take a ball from pillar to post, it's not gonna help anyone. Yes, the driver can be arrested, the
Mm.
company can be blamed, but also the people, the community should have supported the company by stopping people not coming closer to the bridge. The driver, I'm not gonna blame the driver. If you have never been in an accident, maybe you can talk. But if you had an accident before, you will understand what happened to the driver. No
Yes.
one can aim to kill people. To say today I'm going to take the truck and kill the people. I want to bomb them. No one. The company cannot aim to kill the people. To say intentionally, I want to go and send my driver to kill the people. No. But
Mm.
we'll say rest in peace to those who are late. It's condolences to the families and everyone. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Pilzo. Thanks a lot. Mukwena.
Thanks, Bradeni. I think I must also start with the sincere condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones. I know that there are some few in Malawi, Free State, and Limpopo who have lost their families.
Mm.
But I want to re-emphasize the part that I think this is a learning curve. I take this same issue as Marikana. You know what happened to Marikana happened for the very first time, and we did not have expert to deal with that situation to the extent that it gave us a learning curve. This one
Yes.
also, for me, it's a learning curve. I heard there's a president of South African Truck Association, I think, who was saying the driver should have inflated or deflated the tires so that he could pass at the bridge. But none of us understood the circumstances at that point because there are issues that the bridge also from the ground side was up. So whether he could have deflated or the situation may not have assisted. But I also want to raise this thing, Bradeni, that I think it's a societal or organizational pattern. Let me start with the traffic officers. The traffic officers knows nothing about hazardous substance except knowing the law on transporting the substance. But when situations like this happen, they don't know what to do. And you can't blame them to say they would have said people must go far. They don't know. They are lost. They are in that situation. I mean, um, firefighters got injured. So I was told they are in serious conditions in hospital. Who were
Yes.
there trying to diffuse the fire because they don't know. They were not actually having any information. So I think for me, it's a tragedy that happened. But let's take it in a positive light. That maybe it's time that we start to educate most importantly, the law enforcement agencies, the firefighters, because for me, the hour that would have taken place, I know they are bomb diffusers. I'm not sure whether they would have worked at that time, but for me, that period was for all of them, including the trucking company, to put their head together. How do we diffuse the explosion? Because they knew, all of them, that there was going to be an explosion. And also the truck drivers is something that we could not have controlled because I saw an interview yesterday. I think the two Uber drivers who were with him, they were saying uh, he had inhaled a lot of gas and at some point he could not speak and he fell down. So I thought, because I mean, imagine the Uber drivers left their cars there. They were sitting. Nobody knew what is really happening. And if we can start to put this kind of training and education to our people, the more the consistently as we're doing with the HIV and AIDS, consistently as we're doing with the COVID and so on, because now it is opening eyes that in future when these things happen, I mean, we can't find ourselves in the same situation again. If this thing happen, we should be knowing how to react to that situation. And I think even reporting to the police would be worse. I'm just thinking from the top of my head, what would the police do? Um, Absolutely nothing. I know they are the explosive units, whether those explosive units at that time would have been engaged and would they because from my knowledge, the explosive unit in the SAPS are mainly dealing with the explosives meant for harming. I'm not sure whether they are doing with the LPGs and all those things.
I
But
doubt.
I think if people could have put their heads together in that 30 minutes or an hour and make an effort to say, how do we diffuse the situation? without necessarily taking the poor firefighters to the explosions, and now another firefighters have to be victims. The other firefighters were victims of a burning building in Johannesburg. Now others have to be, victims of these explosions. But I also agree with my sister who just left. There was no need for our society to take pictures, but it goes back to the knowledge and information. Did they have sufficient information of what was going to happen? Because I don't think if many of them had information as to what was going to happen, they could have done that. I personally heard for the very first time that when there's a gas spillage or an LPG spillage, the cars would not move. I was told that the cars stuck at the bridge, they could not move. So it means if you were near, your car would stuck and would not go anywhere. You'll have to run using feet. So I'm saying, in conclusion, I think a lot of training needs to come out of this situation. Unfortunately, if you read definition of crime and read with the Criminal Procedure Act, charges that ought to be preferred to either the driver or the company would have to first start with intentional. If there was no intention, a reasonable doubt will not make those charges to succeed in court. Whether it is murder or whether it's attempted murder, because people are crying that many of their families have died. But the question remains, was it an intentional act or omission by the driver? And if the answer is no, there is no way that case would suffice in court. But
I guess that explains why there's no charges at this point.
Exactly. And
it explains why the guy was released.
Yes, and I heard, I think it was the Premier of Gauteng who was saying, in fact, the bridge assisted, because should it have not been under the bridge, this could have been severe. So it means, from where we are standing, I think government should start to prioritize. In fact, also the not the trucking companies, but the energy companies that work specifically with the LPGs gas, they must make it their effort to train most of our society on this hazardous substance, so that if it happens in future, we know. If we knew, surely we could have done something. I still don't find logic that if the firefighters would have known that it's gas, they would have come with their fire engines and start to put water on an exploding substance. So I think, for me, it's unfortunate we have lost families. Same as Marikana, it's unfortunate we lost families, but it was a learning curve. Something that happened for the very first time, something that we as a nation were not prepared of, something that can teach us in future how we need to react to it. And I want to put a disclaimer, Braden, before I go, that let's not make this politics. Let's not start to say, you see, this government failed. They failed to do what, or the government could have done 1, 2, 3, or the government could have monitored the track. It is not necessary. Now families have been lost. A tragedy happened. None of us could have preempted, and I don't think you are elected a government official or a president because you are able to foresee things that would happen in future. So this has nothing to do with politics. Let's leave politics out of it, and focus on healing as a nation, and also making sure that information is sufficiently rich to our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Thanks for your inputs. Patricia, you can unmute your microphone so long. Before you speak, guys, my moderator stroke timekeeper is here. So the luxury of speaking for too long is over. So anyone who's going to speak, whenever Brenda comes in and say time up, please wrap up your point and complete block. Brenda, how are you?
I'm good at you, Braden. Evening, everyone.
Hey, Tada.
I'm glad today
Patricia.
it's this topic that's very close to my
Yes.
heart. Yeah.
Yeah, let's have Patricia go on first, and then you can come on and sit here permanently. Patricia,
Good day, Bradeni.
our busy is Patricia.
No, don't worry. I'm confusing the enemy. Bradeni, even though I come in at the wrong time where the luxury is over, next time I'd like to enjoy the luxury before. But I think I would like to agree with the previous speaker. First, I want to send condolences to the families that are involved.
Yes,
It is a tragic situation, but I
yes,
think all of us can learn from the experience. Ne?
yes,
First of all, ne, there are so many contributing factors to that tragedy. And if one understands how the trucking industry works, ne, the trucking
yes,
industry is like a second madhouse to the taxi industry. There is rules on paper, but in practicality there is no rules. It is a lawless society. So if for example you've ever been in a situation of and understand how PRASA works, for example, you would understand that on paper everything seems to be a smooth train. Ne? So it is just an unfortunate incident that happened. But we don't live in a court of public opinion, unfortunately. And the NPA did the correct decision by withdrawing the charges against the driver, because you need to understand that even our people as well need to stop this casual intake of turning emergencies and tragedies into social media moments. For example, you'll find a G4S truck is being cornered, and we forget about our own safety, and we are taking videos. And should you get killed there, and then the police will be blamed, why did they not respond, why did they not do this? Now there is risk management teams in especially the type of fluids that were being transported. Ne? Every company, it is a must, it is a regulatory must that it should have an in-house risk department that deals with such situations in case of hijacks, in case when a fire breaks out. Now what you go through training as a driver, the training manual says you have exactly 25 seconds to evacuate the vehicle and get to a place of safety. And then it goes on to says the second point of contact is the switchboard operator, not emergency services. You understand? So, and then you find you contact emergency services. If had the driver contacted emergency services first, he was caught in a catch 21, 22 situation where he didn't know what to do, because had he decided to do route 1 and call emergency services, it would have been bad on the company, because at some stage trucks get robbed. It's not the first incident where truckers burst into flames and then whatever, but you have to call the company, And you must wait sometimes even for the owner of the truck to come from Zim to come and assess the situation. Then we call the police. You understand? And then you come through the process of how the matter was handled. Ne? Emergency services, we've got one response number for everything. You dial 112, then you must hold. Then you speak to the operator. You explain to the operator, this is my situation. And then the operator will tell you, no, you are at the wrong line. You must go to whoever. So that hour, there's a lot of contributing factors that caused that hour. It was not because the driver was just reckless. He was enjoying a honeymoon. He planned to kill people. If you look at before the best of flames, look at how our people got reckless and went beyond the danger line, because we've got a culture, a society of undermining and misreading hazardous situations that can quickly turn into dangerous situations. Ne?
I
For
can go with you
example,
because
how many of our people were taught, how many campaigns have our people been taught in squatter camps of how to avoid using paraffin and what, but we still, because we are casual when it comes to things, we always think this thing will never happen. Unfortunately, we are not the first country to be hit by a tragedy, you understand? So this was just a
Yes.
tragedy, nothing more. Nobody planned it. It was that. I don't think the
Yes.
guy woke up in the morning planning, I'm going to kill 15 people. It is a different case to a story we had 2-3 years ago, where a reckless driver skipped a robot and he killed people. If you still remember, there was a guy, young boy, who drove a truck. He skipped 2 robots and he drove through a multiple parade of cars, killing a lot of people. Ne? So you can't charge the guy with capable homicide. You can't charge him with manslaughter. You can't charge him with reckless driving, because he was driving a perfectly normal car. Now the company will try. Remember what Route 1 says: we must save the image of the company. You understand? As company owners, our image comes first, and then we deal with the driver, and then we deal with other issues that are besides. Now, what needed to be done here? That bridge is not that everybody doesn't know that bridge is not stable enough. For example, that's something, there's a lot of contributing factors. Even the infrastructure itself. We cannot have officials in government saying, no, let us clap hands because the bridge caused, at least minimize the damage. That bridge has got a marking that says trucks of that size can go through. So the guy is not at fault. The signage there says you can go through. There's no other sign that explains, or in the middle of beware of a steep, beware of a steep that's going down, or a curve in the middle of the bridge. There's nothing that explains there. If you've been to that bridge before the incident, you will know that the sign is visibly clear that trucks of this magnitude can go through. So the guy went through there, and I think even the operator rediverted the guy to that route, because if you look at the mapping system, the mapping
Tricia,
system will tell you.
just hang on. I see there's a person here, Lou. He or she says, I did not see a signage. So I want to ask her, were you there, Lou, or were you the driver, or are you familiar with the place? You can answer in the comment section. You can continue.
Okay, no, and my final 2 points will be that the first one is that I think as a nation we need to stop acting like we are of a certain standard, as if other things cannot happen to us. It can happen in other parts of the world. We need to understand that even tragedies like Marikana, tragedies like Life
Yes.
Esidimeni, tragedies like, there's many of them. I can name a lot of them. There is kids who are crossing through bridges every day that are not even supposed to be bridges, but yet they spend millions building those things. So it is a lot of contributing factors that cause this situation to be where it is. We need
Yeah.
I think we need to find healing. I know for families who are involved, it's very heartbreaking for you to say you've lost your loved one, find healing and move on. Even in a civil case, Bradeni, we followed civil cases. Even in a civil case, who do you hold responsible for this incident? Because the insurance, even the insurance responsible for that truck, has deemed the incident as an act of God. So they are not going to pay because it was not human error, it was not the truck's fault, it was just an act that happened that everybody was not prepared for. So that is the
Yeah.
contribution that I wanted to bring in. Thank you very much, Brother Danny.
No, thank you, sir. Brenda,
Hello, Brother Nick.
I'm gonna leave you with the live for a minute or two just to get some water. Ne?
All right. In the meantime,
All right.
I'll just say whatever I want to say. Um,
Yes.
Brother Nick, let me just say to the people, my profession is and I'm an inspector
Mhm.
of dangerous goods also. And we do inspect such trucks. That's why I said it's close to my heart. And condolences to everyone and the family. Ne?
Mm.
Now my input is gonna be like this. You know what? I first of all, I do think that the nation, especially the government, our municipalities, the public, we should have
Mm.
knowledge of all these placards that you will see on the trucks. Ne? Most of the time, you will see that there are these dangerous good trucks. They must have all those placards. People should know the meaning of those placards. Even when you go to the stations, the filling stations, you also get such placards. But a lot of people do ignore such warnings. For instance, a
Mm.
lot of people, let me just make an example. Even when you go to what you call a filling station, a garage, you get people who still
Yes.
talk on their cell phones, even though there are still a placard that says you shouldn't do that. So people should have knowledge of all these things, and it should be upon us to do all those awarenesses. Those are signs. Those signs are warning for a reason, and it
Mm.
goes to people who will go to uh, accidents of such trucks with placards like that, not knowing what material is in that truck. Ne? And I would like for people to know that there's an app called ERG app ne? That they can download for themselves just to learn about those things. It might be that you driving behind a truck and you see a placard. You should be able to identify and know what to do when you see such. Ne? Fine. Number two, all the drivers that drives those yes, it's RG app. Yes, Mukwena, you are right. All those drivers, Wenabraden and everyone that drives the trucks, they are trained. They have got, when we approach them, we expect them to have a hazmat a certificate. We expect them to have medical certificate. We expect them, they know they've got all those documents with them all the time when we stop them. And they're also trained to know what to do when there's an incident like that. And someone spoke about deflating the I think it was Mukwena, deflating the what you call the tires. We do sometimes advise drivers to do that, especially in this accident. It should have happened because now what happened was that the friction did cause the ignition of the gas of the fire. Now the driver had an hour to do that. That could have also prevented the whole accident. And again, when the firefighters came, let me just say emergency service came, what in my take, I think they didn't do proper is not evacuating people. They had an hour to do that. in an accident like that, you evacuate each and every person, even in hospitals, everyone who's around the scene, you evacuate them. So I think they didn't do that properly. And again, the driver did also call the controller, and the controller did let emergency services that there's an accident like that. Ne? There was a truck stuck under the bridge. Now, I think here the drivers, all of the drivers, when they drive all these trucks, they've got what we call a route plan. Ne? They've got someone who will come and assess make a risk assessment in terms of the routes that they will be taking and make a route plan for them to easily go around. And we expect all those trucks to be on main roads, which are the highways. Now, I did say that there is something that we need to know that made the driver to go off that route. So we still have to know what made him do that. It might be maybe he off-ramped somewhere and missed the road. We don't know. We still want to know what happened in terms of that. It might be GPS. Maybe the person did off-ramp and lost the route and tried to use a GPS. And what happened is that, yes, and Tracy just said something here that the route plan is made by not per load. And not per customer, but per load. Ne? Now, what happened is that I think when the driver of ramped and drove through that road, I think he miscalculated that bridge. Because knowing a 2-ton truck with a dangerous material and looking at that bridge, I think he miscalculated it. He really did miscalculate it. And you know what disappoints me the most is that we are not politicalizing this issue, but also our emergency services, they are not equipped enough to have such material. Like, for instance, when they came and tried to combat the fire with water, not using foam. And you will find that those firefighters, truly speaking, they were trying their best, but they didn't have resources for such accident. So and also what really gives me headache when Braden, it's the bystanders. Right now there's a lot of people who have died. There are those who have died in hospitals, that have died in their homes. And there are those, truly speaking, who have put themselves in that fire by going straight to danger. I mean, really, we must just tell things the way they are. People should just stop with this thing of trying to be journalists.
Yes.
This is going to be the death of us. I mean, you see people putting themselves in situations wherever you even think yourself, people are running from trouble and this person is going to just for likes. And really, people, there should be a lot of awarenesses. There should be a lot of awarenesses. People should learn that they must stop using these videos, taking videos in such accidents. And to tell the truth, even now, when I saw that there was not a case against the driver, like the guy who just said, you cannot wake up, not even yourself when Abraden. You don't even wake up in the morning and tell yourself, I'm going to cause an accident. These things do happen. And to tell the truth, it's just, I would just say it's human error. In all accidents, ne, you will find that they are caused by human error. And truly speaking, even the company, I don't think they are going to, I don't know, but I don't think they will be allowed, be held accountable for those who have died, not in their homes. I think there's, I don't know, but I don't think those who have put themselves in a situation like that will be compensated. I don't know, but I'm just saying that people should just stop taking videos, man. It's not on. Yeah, it's not on when Braden. I will just listen to others and comment as we go. But I just wanted people to really, because sometimes I know it's tragic, but we must also tell the truth for it.
Yes.
Other people who have died, truly, they went to the scene, and they were even told. Even the driver told them, he tried to make them aware of the situation, but they didn't listen. They chose to take videos. But it's really sad what has happened when Abraden.
Very sad.
No, that's
No,
my
thanks
take.
for that. Yeah, thank you. I think it will help this discussion that we've got you today as an expert more than just a moderator and timekeeper. So you will help clarify some of the things as we go along.
Danny Prateni
Buddha,
and
can you please mute? Buddha, please mute. Lux, you can unmute. Lux, can you unmute? If you can hear me, we move to the next person.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Denny. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Denny?
We can
Okay,
hear
thank
you.
you very much. And my condolences to all the family members affected. Then what I can say, Mr. Denny, is that this is one of the socio-environmental factors. It is not a natural disaster, but it is a socio-environmental factor.
Mhm.
Yes.
Lux, you're breaking up.
The position of the bridge, but it is not intentional. That is the reason why, in fact, whenever there is any crime, the first thing that the police have to do is to arrest the suspect. Now, in this case, the driver remains the only suspect. That's why he was arrested. But immediately after arresting the driver, the police realized that the case was not winnable, meaning that they cannot win the case. The prosecution cannot win the case. That's why they ended up releasing the driver. Because when there is something like this, there is that test that is called the reasonable man's test. Now, the driver in this case passed the reasonable man's test. This is where the question comes to say, did the driver foresee danger taking place? Of course, the driver saw the danger take place because we are told that he first saw the height of the bridge, and immediately when he realized that the truck is stuck, he warned the people, meaning that he foresaw the danger taking place. But when coming to the people, we should understand how many times have we seen people on the bridges during the floods. You
His network is better,
Yes.
and he's making valuable points. And
Mm.
I think he should just disconnect and come back.
And request again, yeah. Let me. Lux,
Someone
we
just
struggling to
asked.
hear you. So
Mm.
disconnect for now. You can come back later, or as soon as you request, we'll add you on. Mr. Makwatan.
Basi,
Good evening, sir.
evening Thobela Ausbrenner.
Hello, Brafred.
How's you?
Hi. Too good. It's December.
Very gobastic to hear that. Very gobastic.
Yes.
You know, Basdi,
Yes.
We are still going to come across disasters like this ones. And that's why I'm saying that it's like I've been cut now. Oh, am I back?
Yeah, I think it's your network. Your network did put you behind, but you can continue. Brafred, let's just wait for him to finish because his network just put him at the back. O ka feleletsa, papa?
You mean me?
No, Ntate, who was talking before?
Okay.
Where is he now?
I can't see him here.
Yeah, network always, when there's network problem, it always put people behind. We can hear him, but we can't see him.
Yeah.
But he can continue if he's still there. I think he's gone now.
Yes, I think he's gone.
Mm-hmm. Brafred?
Hi, Basdi, I'm also surprised you're also part of the delegates. You are not a guest or the host, so to say. Unless otherwise, but let me not question it that much. You know, for what I wanted to say as a point of entry, it is very simple. Ka Sepedi ba re ho kitima, ho phala ko sepela. You know, on issues of this nature, it was very advised that the police should open a case and go straight to the prosecution without arresting a person.
Yes.
Let me tell you the truth, Basdi. There is no criminal case, and it has got no element of criminality. It's just unfortunate and condolence to the family. Firstly, let the mourning families, all of them, you know, happen to appoint lawyers to represent them. This is what we call to as claim against the state. They must claim the damages. They must claim the damages against the state. Am I still audible enough, Balti?
Yes.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Yeah. Yeah. They must make some claims against the state in a civil process. The reasons and grounds are as thus. There is no element of criminality. Firstly, the same driver should as well constitute a claim against the state of unlawful arrest. And with regard to the state, they failed. They failed on multitudes of times. From that incident, the bridge was not well marked and nothing was there. And the route which the driver have used is the common route. And I hear many people say the car with cars that tires are flattered. That's not how it works. He must, or they must, all the families, they must definitely put upon a civil case or a civil claim against the state. And reason being, the road at its own was not proper. Their failure constituted the whole tragedy. Their failure to mark the road, the bridge, and all those forth constituted the whole tragedy. And it is very unfortunate because there was an character assassination of the driver, wherein the person was lambasted to say the person was not having the valid driver's license or what. All those things are character assassination. So unfortunately, the same driver has to take some steps against, you know, the state. And it was very unfortunate to hear from the Premier of Gauteng. I start to question the political credibility of this premier, saying they will have to constitute a committee to investigate. What is it that you are investigating? Because the investigation team is there as the police. How do you then come up and want to create an investigation out of the investigation? This is something that is going to cause further chaos because the report will be different. What he must definitely do, he must basically, as the premier of the province, kneel down, assist the mourning families, and see how best can he has a way to dim down this problem. Of course, yes, you said something that's very legitimate, Brenda. By virtue of the law, that's basically what is happening. The two people, which is the fire and the police, including the ambulance, the first thing that they have to do when they arrive at the scene is to secure the scene. They fail to have secured the scene. Hence why we said, or hence why I'm saying this case has to be a civil case against the state. The state has failed in all corners. From the fire, they failed. From the emergency being the ambulance, they failed. The police, they failed. The scene was not in any way contained. And therefore, as a result, it led people to be prone to this fire and also to be attacked by chemicals. And one another thing that basically you said, that says these people has to be cautioned to say, no, don't take videos. People are aware of that. People are very aware of that. They just do it deliberately. Right now, if one is to say it the way in which I'm saying, people might basically want to even attack me, thinking that I'm saying it as I like or as I please. But the reality remains to say there is no person in this country who doesn't know that the scene of crime or the scene of incident or accident, it is the scene of the relevant people who are supposed to be. We, the members of public, we are not relevant. Unless otherwise, wherein the police are calling us upon to come and identify these people, possibly, which I believe is very rare sometimes, for them to just call upon people to come and identify people from the same spot. In reality, there is no problem from the trucking company. There is no problem from the driver. Instead, the trucking company and the driver must put or lodge a claim against the state. Same thing against, it must be a claim directed, in this instance, because it is multitudes of departments, it must be directed to the premier of the province. CC it to the Minister of Health, the Minister of Transport, and also this of community safety as a result. Yeah, they definitely just to have a multitude of claims. And for those who basically keep on saying the driver was not cautious, the driver was not cautious, I feel like really they will have to come back and re-look into this. This is not a political thing, but a legal administrative issue, wherein one has to apply the cognizance. The police, the wrong thing that they did was to arrest. And when you arrest, you must be sure of your case, because after all, when you arrest the wrong person, you put the person in the police holding cells or whatever the position it might be. The fact that you have taken the fingerprints of that particular person and you have actually incarcerated that person in custody, then therefore that constitutes an element of one infringing the right of that particular person. Therefore, a grant for damage can be imposed or sanctioned against the minister. So the matter is very straight. It's very unfortunate, especially to the families of these people, since this is a public podium where many people can just get together. It is very unfortunate. They will feel the pain when we say it like that. And I still believe that there are many people who still don't understand why the driver was released. There are multitudes of reasons why the driver was released, and under no circumstance, even if we can just come with whatever the name of the commission it might be, the driver will never be arrested again. The driver will never be found guilty under any circumstance. the driver was well qualified to drive the car or the truck, and therefore, as a result, goodbye. I want to be very short and concise. Lije, the new year hamnati basi and compliment beforehand or in advance. Says B,
Thank you.
compliments in advance.
Thank you, Brian, and for you too.
So,
And you are on point, Mr. Brafe. Very on point. Karen, no, you are on point. I do agree with you.
I think Fred is breaking up, but I think he had made his point loud and clear. So yeah, it's loud and clear. I don't think there's any way of trying to clarify it any further. I think if families, the families of the people who lost their lives are watching or somebody knows them, there's free legal advice. So they can, as soon as they have buried their loved ones, these are the options that they have in law. So I think it's as clear as that. Buddha.
Oh, thank you very much, Prateni, and good evening to the panel. And I just want to send a condolence to the families, those who were affected, especially those one from Malawi, because I believe they feel that whatever that happened is because they are foreigners. Because now the way things happen. Then I'll just go straight to the point. The reason I'm blaming 5 people here: the driver, the controller, the police, and the fire, and the government. Yes.
Buddha, just have one. Bafo, please mute the microphone. Bafo, please mute the microphone. Thank you. You can continue, Buddha.
Okay, thank you, Tenny. That is my by profession. I'm a truck boss. I'm in the taxi industry as well. Why I'm blaming the driver?
Yes.
The driver, we got in the information. Well, look, no one gave us the permission, so I won't mention exactly things, but that's how things happen. He left Richards Bay via Pongola and went to Boksburg or Germiston, but their depot is one of those places. He went there, I think they did a check, all those things, and he left there 4 minutes to 6 to Botswana. Now, when we said the driver, he got the experience, surely that driver was not the first time to go on that route. So why he went on that bridge? That's why I'm blaming the driver, because if he got experience, that means he went to Richards Bay several times to Botswana. Why he used that bridge? He knew that when you go on that bridge, yes, on that bridge there was no sign. I went there. The sign, okay, the sign that I saw is one sign, is something like a plate is rusted as well. So there was no way that you can see that thing. But my question, why I'm blaming him is because, as an experienced driver, why he went there instead of going and joining N17, not with that route. That's why I'm blaming the driver. 2, I'm blaming the controller. You see, our controllers, Tenny, we got a problem. There is no controller that finished 3 years in the company. We fire them every now and then because, I don't know, somehow, somewhere, their brains are like wholesome, are getting somehow something that's stuck. Because the controller, he can see the truck, each and everything. He can stop the truck. He can do whatever he wants to do with the truck. So the controller is either he was not there at the office, or the time he saw the truck was already under the bridge. That's why I'm blaming him, because he's supposed to see the system that we use now to control. You can see even the bridge with that system. You can see that you're going to pass a bridge, you're going to pass the off-ramp, there's a robot there. On that robot, you can't turn left because there's a sign saying there's no truck who can pass the system that we use. So that's why I'm blaming the control on that one. The police, when the driver, he went to the police station, which he did a good thing. He saw that the truck is stuck there. He went to the police station because of our system of the police is poor. It's very, very poor. I don't want to lie. Maybe the police took their own time to attend him, to assist him, say, no, let's go there. I can tell you the police play a big role in to go there and close that area, as no one must come closer to that area. I would blame because the tape, when I saw the tape, I saw the tape, they put the tape after. That's why they call them after action. They put the tape after. So there was no sign of the tape before. So that's why I'm blaming them as well. And then these ones, the fire, those one, I don't know, because there was no way that you go on that gas thing with the water. There was no way. You go with something else. And the way they were close, they were very, very, very close. So I think their training, I don't know what they train them in is for the fire, if the house is burned or the car. But on those gas things and the petrol tankers, they are poor, poor, poor. We even see them on the N3, Durban, N1, Cape Town. If that tanker burst, they are very, very poor. To block that thing and use ukuthi bayicishe, ungathi abantu abaqashwe izolo bathatha bafakwa efieldini, the way they are poor. The last one, Brateni, is going to be the government. You know, where the guy left the depot, there is no sign at all. As ayongena bridging, ayikho sign esho ukuthi no kune bridge manje, drive slowly, this height. No, there's nothing. That's why I'll blame our government on that one. So, well, we can't arrest the driver, we can't arrest the company. I feel sorry for the families. Even they can hire any lawyer, they won't win this case. But I feel sorry, especially for the foreigners, because bona bafile ngathi umthetho wase South Africa ngoba thina sama foreign. That's why kwenzeka kanje. I feel sorry for them. But ke konke kwenziwa intando kaNkulunkulu, driver was not his plan ukuthi hamba ubulala abantu. But ubudedengu obenzekile kuyayidlala indima yokuthi sibasole. Yes, akufanele sibasole, but we'll put the blame on them. Thank you very much, Danny. I'll listen on the viewers.
Thank you, Buddha.
And before Brothers Buddha goes, Brothers Buddha. Hello.
Yes, I'm listening.
You know I just want to ask something. I hear people saying there was no sign. Ne?
Yes.
And to me, let's make an example today. If there's a road somewhere and it's supposed to be an intersection, or let me just say, if there's a stop somewhere and you don't see that stop, are we saying that we shouldn't use our logic to think that that's a stop?
No, you 100%, Brenda. That's where, if you remember what I said earlier, the experience, this thing of the driver got the experience. That guy was driving the oil, was removing the oil, not a gas, not a petrol, not a diesel or whatever. He was removing the oil. And on that oil, he was driving, I don't know, now they call it Code 11. This truck that's got a double diff. He's a double diff. He was not driving the horse and trailer or the link or whatever that tank. Because even if he went to school or training in September, I think was too early for him to be given the tanker with a dangerous good like that gas. Okay, I understand the petrol. The gas is worse. So when they say he got experience, maybe he took the license in 20. Remember, he's 32. So surely by 2010, he was 20 something. So if they say he got the experience, I just want to cover that thing. What is the experience first? Let's start there, because the way he was driving, the way he was
He
doing
has
things,
7 years experience.
well, we with a tanker,
Yes.
no. But the guy was driving the oil. That's a double diff one. That's a small one. I think it's called 11. Not a tanker. The tanker that got a triple
It's
XL.
not Buddha.
But you
It's called the
mentioned Brass Buddha. As a owner of the trucks, I mean, even yourself, when you get into a truck, you can just check and see how big is your truck. I guess the width of your truck and the length of it. So by just going under that bridge, even myself, I've not been to that bridge, but seeing on the pictures, the truck, I don't even think that truck could have went through that. So I mean, sometimes I know it's a yes, I know, but sometimes I'm just saying that sometimes people need to use logic. If you don't see a sign, that doesn't mean that you are not supposed to stop, or you are not supposed to yield, or you're not supposed to be under the obey the laws. But what I'm saying is that, that clearly the driver could see that his trunk will never go through that bridge. He was forcing him. That's
Thank
why
you.
there was friction.
Thank you, Brenda. That's where the experience come now. When you say the driver got the experience, my question is this to you, to the panel. How long this driver was taking this gas from Richards Bay to Botswana? Why on that day using that route? Now, you see, now they lie to us. They say he missed the off-ramp. From that depot where he was sleeping to that bridge, I don't know, maybe they say who left no right is the off-ramp. I don't know, because the off-ramp, with my knowledge, when you are on the highway and on your left-hand side is off-ramp. I don't know what off-ramp they were trying to explain. But if he was have experience, ubezoyibona ukuthi no, leli bridge leli, this tanker, there is no way which is ongena. There was no way which is ongena. Ukube ube na experience. Now, lokho kumhlulile. That's why ke simblamela on that case ukuthi as an experienced driver, as they claim, befanele ayibone ukuthi no, there's no way that I'll pass on that bridge. And lokhu akwenzile ngokuthi ashift abantu, I think he was supposed to do better than what he did. Remember, yena uthe susabantu bevele baleka. I don't know, you know that thing. He didn't stop and say, guys, move. He was telling people while he's running. So, you know, as a South African, thina sifana nalo muntu lo angisazi uba lo seBhayibhelini ofuna ukuzabone into direct. That's why we end up going there and taking the photos, all this and that. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Guda. Let's hear Victor Letswalo. I understand
Letsulo.
Letsulo. My apologies.
How are you, sir? How are you, ma'am?
You work in the guest
Yeah,
business.
Good on you, Victor.
I'm good. I've been working for 18 years for pipeline from Mozambique to South Africa to Johannesburg to Durban in the gas pipeline. But then, I want to tell you something. That company is in trouble.
Yes.
Why I'm saying this is, number one, when you run a gas product or delivering any gas product, you need to have an emergency procedure, and that procedure should align to if the tanker ignites, what do you do? It doesn't explode immediately. For example, we get gas leaks on a regular basis, but when there is a gas leak, we make sure within an hour everyone should be there at the pipeline to stop the leak, right? So now they would look at the hours. They will look at the company's procedure, and then after looking at that procedure, they said, did you apply that procedure? They know the gas procedure, right? When immediately the guy, how long did it take for that tank to burn? Took long time, right? Before it ignited, before it exploded, sorry, right?
but they don't have a proper procedure. They're going to go to their documents and say, who's your safety officer? Who's your driver instructor? What is your procedure? When this happened, what do you do? What happens? Did the driver like the truck has two fire extinguishers, right? Why didn't the driver use those two fire extinguishers before it went bad, right? There's two fire
Correct.
extinguishers in every truck, or 4 fire extinguishers. The first thing he does, if he sees any fire in a tank, he has to use those fire extinguishers. Did he apply that? No. Number one. And remember, each and every truck has a trend, we call it a trend cards, right? They sit in a certain box, and the trend card is marked in orange color, right? Those trend cards, it's the driver's license of the driver inside that box. It's the dangerous goods for the driver, for the truck, and the procedure. Whenever there's fire, this is what the driver must do, right? And the driver instructor always teaches. They wouldn't let the driver go into the truck if he didn't go through driving instructor. Right. The driver knows. He went to the instructor. They told him about dangerous goods. What do you do in such instance and all that. Secondly, about that company is that safety officer. For so many hours, minutes, and nothing was happening. The truck burned. He went to the police station, and he was not supposed to even go to the police station. He was not supposed to go there, because now he goes to the police station. Police are not professional with regards to gas, with regards to dangerous goods. What are they going to do there? What are they going to do there? Because if they went there, also they should have been dead also. So you need to call experts. In such an instance, for example, we've got a team called, it's called Special Services, right? They are able to weld a gas pipe or a fuel pipe while the fuel is moving in the pipe, or the gas is moving. And remember, the gas which is moving from Mozambique in the pipeline, it's not these ones kgs, it's bars. It moves in bars. It's too highly, you'll burn to death, right? So they're able to weld while the gas is moving, right? Nothing happens. So whenever there's a gas leak, we detect it with a gas monitor, go on site, we call those guys, they come in, they just contain it, they weld it, finish, cylinder. Because the incident that happens, we get a lot of incident like that on the pipeline operation, whereby you see excavators, everyone is excavating, and people are not aware that on the road there's a pipe, gas pipe, there's a pipe for what you call it, the water pipe, there is cable for ESCOM, and then there's fiber. So some people will go contractors and dig, and they have to get certain permission from us, which is called the way leave. Before you dig, and then we tell you where's the pipe. Don't just dig anyway. But South Africans, some they just dig, and then they cut the pipeline. Then they have collars, we contain it all over the country, right? Right. Another thing is, if you look at the explosion, the what do you call those guys? The firefighting guys. We've asked the government so many times. They must come to us. We train the firefighters about the gas in the tank, about the gas itself, about a fuel tanker. A fuel tanker, for example, I explain. A fuel tanker is very dangerous when it's empty, and people are not aware. It's very deadly, right? It's like when you take your have you taken let's say you've got a scoop, what do you call it, a container. You put fuel inside, you empty it, and you close it. What happens? There's more air inside, right? And if you put fire inside, what will happen? It will explode, right? So a fuel tanker is very deadly when it's empty. So people, they take it lightly. Imagine if the firefighters, they're not aware of there's a gas inside there. They know there's a gas, right? But they go there to try and switch off the light, the fire onto the gas. They're not aware. We've asked them to come over on board. We train them about dangerous goods. That whenever there's a dangerous goods situation, you move. You need specialized people. You can't be there switching off that gas. And when I saw the fire, I said, no way, this is a disaster. This is a disaster. They were supposed to evacuate everyone because already that's caught fire, right? And something like a gas, when it's caught fire, you need to move away from it. You can't be close to that thing. You can't try to switch off the fire of that thing. You can't. Because once sparked into the gas itself, it ignites and it's explosion. And that truck was carrying about 1 bar of gas. It's how many kg? It's a lot of kgs. It's like you're taking your gas cylinders at home. How many? Almost 1,000 of them.
48,000.
Yeah, into one tank. What will happen? So
Victor,
we can, yes, sir.
Yeah.
so are you saying to us we've got a dangerous situation in this country of firefighters who are not trained in
Yes,
dealing with gas-related or
petrol.
petrol-related fires? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
yes,
Because I've
yes,
heard a lot of people saying firefighters should have known there's a number that is usually attached to the tanker.
The
Once we give them
placard
that number,
yes.
they would know what kind of material or
material.
substances, yeah,
Yes,
it's there. So you're saying to
yes.
us,
Yeah.
there's no such. These guys are not trained in dealing with,
They are not
and you
trained,
guys
brother.
have been requesting them as an industry to train them.
Yes, to come.
No,
We've tried a
no.
lot.
No,
I'll make
let's
example.
correct
Ask
that.
a question
Let's
to
I'll,
correct
I'll,
Victor.
I'll
that.
I'll make
No,
example.
let's correct that, Victor, ne?
Okay,
They
okay.
are trained, ne? Listen, when you do fire 1, 2 operational and hazmat, ne?
Yes,
So when you do the hazmat course, that's when now you know and learn about those signs. When you
okay.
see a placard, you should only know that 1073, it means it's got gas.
Yes,
Yes, so now they should see it by far. That's why they are taught and trained that they shouldn't just approach the scene where there's hazmat material involved. They should be able
Then
to
can
tell
I
by
ask
the
Victor a
sign
question,
and
please?
then act from the sign. Because even the trim card, when they get to the driver, what they should do is ask for a trim card. That trim card, if the signs were not visible on the truck, the trim card, it's what the drivers uses. Victor, I think you know about it. That the journey, the trim card. That trim card tells you about all the information that you need to know about the gas. The material that is inside that truck and how you should be able to combat it.
no, that's true. But I am saying the guys, those firefighters that went there, they didn't know what to
Victor.
do. How
Okay.
do they try to contain? If they were aware, they know this product. What? Let me explain to you. Once a gas,
Victor,
they take
before
we
you
train them.
proceed, can I ask, please? Can I ask just one
Okay.
question? Are you a firefighter in the petrochemical industry, or are you working in the petrol industry?
I've said
Okay,
that
guys,
before.
let's do this. Let's do this, guys, so that we don't speak over each other.
Yeah.
Victor, please summarize your point in the next minute, and then we can have Lincoln over Buffalo because it sounds like Lincoln has
Yes.
got some information. So just
Okay.
summarize your point in a minute, and then Lincoln, immediately after that, you can quickly make your
Okay.
point because I'm giving you a
Okay.
chance over Buffalo.
Okay. My point is quickly. My point is if those firefighters were trained well and they know that okay, that you can see that it's written there, LPG gas. And if you are trained well, you know that you're not supposed to go there and switch off that fire because once that product has been ignited with any what do you call it, flames, you should evacuate everyone on the scene. don't try and put water on that, because what happens is once the gas itself gets a bit of spark, it will explode. And then Lincoln, I'm working for a company that deals with gas and transporting also of gas and fuel. It pumps the gas from Mozambique to South Africa. It's one of the biggest company to the refineries. I've been there for 18 years, and I know why I'm saying these guys have no experience. We've tried to call them several times to come into our site. We show them practical how to contain this thing, but they don't come. They don't pitch up. I'll make example. There's a gas tank in a canastra in explosive. That gas is a different gas. It doesn't explode. But once there's a hole on that gas, it eats up lungs of each and everyone who's close to that gas. People, they're not aware. We've tried to call them, come. This is a different gas. If there's a hole on the gas, it will eat up lungs of people. Thank you very much, brother.
Thank you, Vita. Just hang on there. So let's hear what Lincoln has said, and then maybe we have to plug him and then we move on. Lincoln.
Okay, hello. The first question that I had was to Victor to say, is he a firefighter or is he working in the petrochemical industry? By the way he sum up his things, I think I'm answered. And secondly is that I actually work closely related to the refineries. So I work at the refinery. We deal with gas, LPG. We deal with oxygen, which is pure gas, and all of those, right? The point that I want to make is this, and I want us to be very clear about the whole situation, is this. The gas that he is working on from Mozambique into Sasol, in fact, it goes to Sasol, it goes to Nitraf and Sasol Secunda. That is natural gas, it's unrefined. It is flammable, but it's not as the same as LPG. LPG is very highly flammable. The second part is this, guys. When we talk about bars, we need to get our terminology right. Bars is the amount of pressure. There's nothing to do with weight or quantity. Your car take 240 bars on tires. So you can only imagine, keep pressure fail. Nothing more, nothing less. Right? What I wanted to say about this thing, I think a lot of people are complaining about the firefighters and what. Their job of the firefighters when they get to that scene, number one, is to isolate the gas. They could not isolate the gas because the gas was already flammable. They could not get there. They could not turn off a valve and then the gas is switched off. That's number one. Number two, the firefighters, when they got to the scene, because they could not switch off the gas, what they could do or they did was to contain the fire. Or what they tried to do, you contain the fire and then you push people outside the what you call you push people outside the area.
Wait. Mm.
You evacuate people. You tell people to be outside. Sorry, my bad. It's 250 kPa, 8 bars on your line that goes to your stove. Sorry, my bad. That's why we have a regulator there. And then, as I say, the firefighters, they use water to contain. Number one, what does water do when you fill it into the fire? It cools the tanker, so the tanker does not expand. The tanker got too hot and it expanded. What were they doing with the water? Trying to cool the tanker. Let the fire breathe. Let the fire die out as the gas goes out, because the more you burn, more fire, the gas will be burnt out. So you try to contain the fire to have a big flame, but then again, you ensure that your tanker is cold, or it's cold, so therefore it doesn't expand. When it expands, it exploded as it did. Once you do that, the next thing that you do is you evacuate people in the surrounding areas. People were you see, message was sent out. Some people were evacuating with their bags. Others were laughing at them. So it is not it's not the fault of the firefighter or the driver that people did not evacuate. If in the number two, if in the what you call, if you look at the truck, firstly, people keep on saying whatever they want to say. You look at the truck. The driver is wrong for driving into a bridge where he's not sure if he has clarity or not. Right? That way is he wrong. But secondly, if there is no level of what you call the clarity level, the height of the bridge. If it's not written in the bridge itself, right? Secondly, if you look at the truck outside and you compare it to the bridge, yes, it's big. But if you are inside the truck, you can't see the extended height of the truck. So how then do you know? How can you then have experience over that? And then secondly, people saying the guy does not have experience. He's been driving a lot. He's been driving tankers before. The difference is between gas and LPG and oil. Remember, the oil, the LPG, it's called, the L stands for liquid. So therefore, whatever that was inside that, it was liquid. That's why it's called LPG, liquid petroleum gas. So when it's there, it's a liquid. It evaporates. That's why it's called LPG. So therefore, he's been driving liquid stuff throughout the entirety of South Africa, right? So therefore, he has enough experience. That's why he got the job, right? Now, when the accident happens, number one, let's look, who then do we blame? Number one, we blame the company of not having a controller, or we blame the controller for not redirecting him on his way. They have given him clarity to say this road is safe to take. They've calculated the bridge to ensure how many bridges is he going to pass. Will he have will he be able to pass them? Yes, he's given a route to follow. He followed that route. Number two, him actually deviating from the initial path, if that was not an initial path, that is wrong, right? But the company must be held liable for not having a controller who could see the information. But then the biggest problem that we stand with is all the bridges must have the right height written in them. That's it. And secondly, once that video got stuck there, the only thing the driver could do, and this goes for anyone who works in the petrochemical industry, they know. One, you try to contain the leak. If you can't, and if you're not part of the production, you get out our way. You just run away. You run away. We work with nitrogen. You breathe in nitrogen, you die.
Lincoln.
That's
yes,
true.
sir.
But isn't that exactly the same point that Victor was making? That you guys, as experts of this material, you know more than firefighters. And the point Victor was making was that there is a lot of information about this kind of material that our firefighters are not familiar with, and they've
No,
been
there's not.
inviting them for training, and they are not coming
There
forward.
is not.
What is
Then
your
let me
point
explain
there?
to you. South African firefighters, they train at Sasol. Some of the firefighters throughout South Africa, they train at Sasol. Even in the firefighters working in engine, they train at Sasol so that they can. Even last week, they had a scenario of how to control a gas fire. They were not even Sasol firefighters; those were government firefighters, right? So they go there for
Okay.
training. But if you do a firefighting course, it covers everything. From it's not. I have a basic firefighting training. Basic. I'm not even good at it. Just basic. What do I learn? I learn, number one, you contain the fire till the relevant people come and take over. Right? Number two, when you contain the fire, you evacuate. Right? And I trained in electrical fire, I've trained in household fires, and I've trained even in gas and liquid petroleum fires, right? That's what we get trained in. It's
Okay.
it's a basic thing. But firefighting, because as a professional, you cannot be a doctor without understanding how the whole human body works. So firefighters, they train in all sort of fires. Even if when there's a building burning, you lose firefighters. It's called a professional hazard. It's a fire to them.
Yes,
It's a professional hazard.
Lincoln,
Okay.
can I just come in?
Lincoln, let's have Victor reply.
I am saying the firefighters that went, I didn't say not everyone is not being trained. I'm saying the ones that went to that sea were not properly trained. They were not properly trained, right?
But that's
Why
the
didn't they
assumption. We don't have their documents. We don't have
No,
their
the thing
documents,
is,
so we can't say that we are insinuating that, which then means all South African firefighters. Can you speak on things which we have facts on? Let's have facts on. Let's be factual. Let's say these guys are trained by this institution, and this institution does not fully equip them. But if we're going to generalize and saying they don't have, what if they were trained proper but they didn't follow the rules? Same as the driver. You knew
But
what he
I'm
was supposed
saying,
to do. You told people
but
to
I'm
get
saying,
away, they did not.
yeah, but
The
I'm saying,
firefighters told people to evacuate, and they tried to close the area. They tried to ensure that the tanker does not explode, which eventually happened. You cannot isolate a gas tanker when there's a leak. You cannot, because there is no, especially when the fire starts. You cannot isolate it, because remember, it's a leak. It's not through a joint, or it's not like it was open and was never closed, where you can just run and shut off a valve. Right? In a pipeline, should we have a leak, you can shut off a pipeline. Where you can have hot tapping, when you can weld through. I do hot tapping. I'm a heat treatment profession, so I understand these things in detail. But let's be realistic.
no, I
Let's not
understand.
generalize.
I understand, Lincoln. We work in the same environment, but you are in the refinery. I'm in the pipeline, hot tapping. I'm in the gas pipe from the money in Mozambique. But I want to explain to you that the way the firefighters contain the ones, not everyone. I'm not saying everyone. I'm saying those who went to the scene, they didn't do a proper job.
Thank
I
you.
didn't say
I
they're
agree
not
with you.
qualified. I didn't say they're not qualified. I said they did not do a proper job. Just listen very carefully. They did not do a proper job. Should they've done a proper job, maybe this would be a different scene. But they did not do a proper job. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll have to cap the debate between you, Lincoln and Victor at this point. You guys can come back again. Let's hear what other people are saying, but I can hear that you guys are speaking from different perspectives. Yeah, you are both in the industry, and like you correctly say, Victor, he's from a different perspective. You are talking from a different perspective. So let's hear what other people are saying. You guys can come back later if you still have more to say. Bafo, can you unmute?
Sanibonani.
Eitada.
Ninjani? Ninjani?
Shapuze.
Bengisacela ukusebenzisa ilanguage engizokhona ukunichazela kahle indlela engibona ngayo.
Okay.
Let's say la tanker lela already bese leak. Lingena phansi kwebridge nje bese leak. Because angiyiboni into engakhosa ibridge, angiliboni lenza lela tanker ukuthi lilike. Okay, suppose ukuthi lela tank lelana lakhiwe ngensimbi ewu-10 mm thick. Yini engakhosa lela tank ukuthi lilike? Angiyiboni. Unless otherwise lela tank lela already lingene laphayana selilika. One, kunemoto beyime lapha eceleni kwale tank. Okuwukuthi zange bavumele udriver waleya moto leyo ukuthi ayistart. Yingakho bambizile ukuthi asuke phambi kwaleya moto, because already ibridge bese ligcwele igas. Mina the way ngiyiviewa ngakhona lela tank lela lingene lapha ukuthi lizocontainer umlilo if ever kuyenzeka ukuthi liyadubula. Imagine lela tank lela lihamba ku-R24 ukuthi bekuyoyenzakalani manje ngoba be already lilika. Umonakalo bowuzokhoseka ungakanani. So kubetha ukuthi ungene phansi kwebridge ukuthi uzokhona ukucontainer loya mlilo loyo. Okay, ngaphandle kwalokho nali le tanker liyangena lapha phansi.
Okay, Bafo, just hold on a sec. I think there are a lot of people who can't hear you, so I'll try to quickly translate. Guys, what Bafo is saying, he's saying we need to look at the track because he doesn't think the bridge by itself caused the explosion or somehow could be suspect to the explosion itself. He says, what if that truck by itself had issues, had a problem going under that bridge? What if that truck was not properly built or something to that effect? That's basically what he's trying to say. So you can complete, Bafo.
Okay, uma like si-design ama-equipments ane siya-check-a ukuthi ama-thickness walawo ma-equipment kumele abe ngakanani ubuthikhi bawo, yabona. Yingakho ukuthi lento lena ngeke uyikhande ngezenke, akusizenke le ukuthi ingathi ingena phansi kwebridge bese iyakhatheka. No, angeke yenzeke njalo. Yingakho ukuthi ngicabanga ukuthi lela tank lingena laphayana already line problem.
Yes.
Yabona. Then on the other case, okay, nali seliyashunqa le tank leli seliyalika already, ukuze kungabi nomonakalo omningi kuzomela ukuthi ungene vele phansi kwebridge. Ngaphandle kwaloko kuzolimala abantu abaningi, yabona. Okunye yes, asithi ibridge liwu 3.6 iyenziwe kayingakhi maintenance phansi kwalela bridge leli. Let's say iyenziwe kawu-10, kusho ukuthi lela bridge seliphakame kangakhi, kangakanani, ngo-500, kusho ukuthi lapha sowusele ngo-3.1. Yingakho ukuthi kumele kancane kancane lezazi ama-bridge bawalungise, because wena uzokhuluma ngo-3.6 mawusalidesign, but makulebele kuhamba isikhathi libe lufaka itha libe liyavaleka lo 3.6, angeke kusaba u-3.6 anymore. And uma into ilika, i-container ilika, kufana nokuthi uthathe ispray bese ulayita umlilo, kuzoyenzakalani? Angeke lo mlilo lo ungene phakathi kwale container until le container liba empty. La seli-empty khona le container kukhane liba yingozi. Ngaphandle kwaloko lela container ngeke libe yingozi. Yingakho ubani uDlamini bekathi uma selinomlilo kumele ungatheli la okuphuma khona umlilo amanzi, but kumele uthele i-container itself ukuze linga-explode, yabo. Then okunye ukuthi manje engiyibona ukuthi kuye kwaba yinkinga laphayana, abantu basukile bashona lapha because mina ngifuna ukuthi le video le yafakwa yimi, basondela laphayana. Yingakho kugcine sokuba khona umonakalo onje owenzekile, yabona.
Yes.
Ongakhona ukuthi okay beyingekho i-friction laphayana engakhosa umlilo, angisho le moto seyingenile ngaphansi, beyingasekho any friction ekhona lapha phakathi engasuke ikhose ini ispark ukuthi leya nto lena ifuthi. Mayingasekho yini ke khose ispark? Kumele siqale lapho ukuthi yini engakhosa ispark. Abantu laba bebagcwele namafoni abo bangakhosa leso spark, yabona. Yimoto le beyilaphayana ngaphansi ingakhosa leso spark. Ngaphandle kwaloko leya truck beyingazimela for days ikhiphe le gas iziphele, unless kunento beyisondele
I think we got the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Buff. Guys, I think, like I said, the summary of what Buffo was saying, he was merely saying, as far as he's concerned, he doesn't see anything that would have caused the friction between the tanker and the bridge. He's saying it's possible. Another possibility is that that tanker was leaking by itself. There was already a leak in the tanker, or the way it was designed, there was some inefficiencies in the design process. So that's what he was saying. And then towards the end, he was talking about people who went there to try and be journalists. So that's basically what he was saying. So my apologies for those who could not
Brother,
understand. I think, yes, Brenda.
I think he went out because I wanted to ask him, how do you combat gas under a bridge? But anyway, again, when Braden, it's just that I didn't hear him quite well. Again, Braden, remember, a friction can, there can be ignition, ne? When a concrete and that truck, a friction. A friction between a concrete and a truck can ignite. So
Yeah.
yes, that's what Lina I believe. The friction was under the bridge. I don't think the truck was already leaking. I don't know if
Yes.
I heard him correct.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to say basically. But I think you answered him. I think he's got his answer from what you've just said. Because I was also speaking about the design of the vehicle, that there could have been an issue with the design of the tanker itself. Lee Tato, please mute your microphone and then you will unmute after Flo completes. Lee Tato, please mute your microphone. When we have microphones that are unmuted, guys, we get some funny sounds on this side. Sometimes there's echoes, sometimes there's some funny sounds. So, Lee Tato, can you please mute your microphone? If you can hear me. If you can't hear me, I think you requested by mistake, so you can request again later. Okay, I think she can hear me. Let me remove her temporarily. So you can come on.
Good evening, Braden and Sis
Hey,
Brenda.
Tada.
Yeah, Braden, just a quick one. In this whole scenario, I see the incompetency of the controller because in such cases whereby we know that a product of that nature has been dispatched from the premises to a certain destination, we monitor the truck, and for that truck to go on a residential area, I don't know what was the point. And also on the side of emergency personnel, there was a lot of incompetency there. As for the residents who stays there, it's a pandemic, rather, because in every situation when there is an accident, people go and take photos and stuff like that, and it's a problem that we have to deal with.
Yes.
And now on this situation, I think the government should be held accountable. Unfortunately, the company, I don't think they do, because each and every time you have to take people for refreshment. Now it's some of the things that come into light. When was the last time the staff goes for refreshment training? Because we wanna know all those kind of things. Condolences to the families. It's a bad thing, especially at this time of the year, brother. And as for the commission that I hear the premier is trying to initiate, brother, we are done with commissions, because commissions don't bring us any result. So I don't think it's a good idea. And also on the issue of the route, I don't think our infrastructure is properly maintained, because if the infrastructure was properly maintained, the driver would have seen the sign. So it also a damage that the government has to deal with. So I don't know if any repatriations will bring any relief to the families, but it's bad, brother. It's bad. The only thing that I can say is that the families just have to lodge a civil case against the state and sue the state. That's the only thing they can be able to do. Because in our country we have a serious problem, and also as society we should start to learn and to monitor what is that is being given to us, because what the media is doing now these days is just destroying the society. The information that is catered to the society is just hypnotizing the society, and of which is not good. So as a society, we should stand up and see what is that we are consuming. You see, so it's really a bad situation, brother, man. It's really bad.
Yeah.
And as for government, there is too much incompetency there. There is too much incompetency. I just wish that there won't be anything that is being hid, because and also we should have neutral investigators, people who can investigate situations thoroughly, because we have so many cases that are still hanging. We have so many. So if proper job can be done and get the result of what really happened and stuff like that. I don't know about the ignition that has been caused by the bridge, because the truck is full inside the bridge. So I think if the height of the bridge wasn't good, it would have hit from the first time the tanker gets inside the bridge. But it just shows how poorly the roads are maintained. So that's all I wanted to say, Braden. It's bad. This whole situation, to talk about it, it's really bad. But let's just
Thank
hope
you.
that we'll get a satisfying result, and the family can heal from this situation. Thank you, Braden.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ishlo. Anthony. Anthony, can you please unmute the microphone if you can hear me? If you can't, I'll assume that you're not hearing me or you requested by mistake, so I'm going to remove you. Anthony, one last chance. Can you hear me? Okay, Anthony can hear me. User 5887.
Yeah, Braden, Sanbonani.
Sure.
Yeah, Braden, you're speaking to Spusi, so I'm from Durban, actually. Firstly, I would like to touch on the truck companies. I think moving forward, as a suggestion, if these truck companies can try and improve on their tankers, putting something that will work as sensors. As soon as the tanker reaches a bridge, the sensors will sense if the bridge is too low. That will prevent like explosion in future. Maybe one of these will be one of the solution that will help them while they are driving. Because I have a good understanding that the driver of a truck, he knew that there's something wrong, because when you're carrying a gas, once the gas starts to leak, it gives you the sound, whistly sound. He heard the whistly sound and then he ran away straight to the police station instead of phoning a fire department. That was a time delay. Because I have a belief if he phoned the fire department firstly, they will be in scene before this fire started. That's where everything is messed up. Because it's a common thing to our society. When there's something wrong in the community, when there's fire in the community, house is burning, instead of phoning fire department, they don't know the fire department numbers. They only phone the 10 1. And it takes some time now. A call will go to the police station.
police station will phone fire department because I have a believe the fire department are always on standby and are always in state of readiness. And then secondly, some of the guys were pinpointing fire department and they were saying that fire department were not proper trained. Fortunately enough, I'm a qualified firefighter. When they employ us or firefighters, this is the procedure. They will take you as a civilian from the streets. They will send you for training to college. They will train you there for firefighter 1, where you'll be dealing with the basic fires. Firefighter 2, where you'll be doing extrication, and then they will take you to hazmat awareness and hazmat technician. So awareness is whereby they will train you and then they'll train you about the hazmat accident, and then they will tell you after that if you're doing hazmat technician. Technician actually for us is a basic thing because we as the firefighters, our duties is to go on scene, make sure that the scene is under control. It's to control and contain the scene up until the technicians who are more qualified than firefighters, they have to come on board and assist you because they've got more knowledge than you. So the guys somehow they're getting wrong that the firefighters are first responders. Their main duty is to contain the scene. Once it's contained, the technician must come on board. I think these companies now they must try and come up with this a way whereby they've got their own private companies. I know one of the companies it's hazmat. Hazmats are all over South Africa. They must work together hand in hand with hazmats, have more branches along their routes. They know which routes are they using when they're transporting gas and petrol and all the stuff. Because along these routes, who are there? It's a fire department, not the technicians. So I don't know, but it's confused me somehow because the way they're speaking, you could see they've got the better knowledge than us because we are here on the ground, we are local, we know our
Yeah.
main duty. And them, they have got like they're more advanced than us. I think these companies need to sit down and draft a proper way now. How are we going to deal with this? Because as far as I know, Sportnet, they've got their own fire team. But in most cases, when there's something wrong with their tankers, we local authorities, which are municipalities, in most cases, we arrive first on scene. They phone us, they ask us. Because what I know is on the track, it's inside and outside the track. The driver, when he move with the there's a sheet inside. It's a MSDS. I think it's a safety. It's a MSDS, Mercedes Data Safety Sheet. That sheet, it's where when there's something wrong with the truck, the driver should take MSDS, hand over to the fire department. Fire department will work on it because I have a strong belief that when this fire department arrive on scene, they didn't know what chemical they were dealing with. They didn't have a proper information, even the number. Because in our truck, inside the truck, we have ARG book. As soon as you know what chemical you're dealing with, we go to ARG book. ARG book is telling you evacuation, how many distance, how many meters, what to do after that. I feel sorry for the fire hose. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they were caught right-handed. I don't know what happened, but I saw some of the videos. But what they were trying to do, we're trying to contain, and then the distance now, the safety distance, I don't know. Because
Yeah.
I might not say what happened, because I have a strong belief that the gas, it was there inside the bridge. And then the drive trucker managed to escape. He ran away. He warned the people. And then, fortunately enough, the driver of the car listened to the driver of the truck, and then he moved away from the car. He never started the car. So what happened after that? Our own people, because we're not well educated, we want to witness everything. Maybe the source of
Mm.
ignition is came from us, not to the driver of the truck. Because he saw it on time. That's okay. There was nothing wrong. There's something wrong in the truck. I must try and run away. And then he warned everyone. He tried by all means. The biggest mistake he made was to go straight to the police station, then phone the fire department. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Luisa.
yes. Okay, thanks, sir.
Yeah. Lucky.
Sure.
Lucky, can you hear us?
No. Guys, Yes, I can hear you guys.
Okay, you can make your point.
Sorry about the come again.
Go on, Lucky.
My apologies. Oh, my apologies if you can hear me. I think I'm experiencing trouble with my phone. It's a bit slow, that's why I couldn't mute. To go on the points, I've been listening to Bafo and Victor. And Bafo has a point, and there might be a few aspects that I am also getting. But I also read the statement prior to coming into the live. I don't want to be long. Statement from the driver has a few hiccups here and there where I could not understand. But all in all, when I read the statement, there's nothing mostly people could do there. Let's be honest. The truck, as Moose said, it was fully in. And I believe the contact of the bridge hit when the rear tires of the truck were also under the bridge, which shows that there's some, what can you say, disalignment when it comes to the bridge. It hit the valve, which could not be stopped. Now, the driver already stopped, and there was no ignition when the driver stopped. And hence that the truck is stationary. I believe there was no ignition. I believe the ignition came is outsourced instead of the truck being the truck and the concrete being the source of ignition. I doubt that could be it. In most cases, Bafo was right when he's saying the material could not have been the one that damaged the valve or the tanker, because let's be honest, you cannot make a tank which can hold at least how many bars of gas and liquid and make it as a thin sheet of metal. I believe there were some slight, maybe it might not have been keen, but there might be some design faults or infrastructure problems that were there prior. It might not have been leaking before. Maybe the contact of the bridge made that design fault to go off. Honestly, when I read the statement, the driver was from a rest stop that is approved by the company, and then attempting to go back to the highway, he got lost and then redirected from the route that he was going under the bridge. We might say it was stupidness from him by not attempting to do a U-turn or something else, but at the end of the day, what happened. Unfortunately, there were lives lost, a lot of lives. There were tragedies. I've seen the videos many times. And I saw that the driver is not at wrong. Guys, let's be honest, the driver is not at fault. Mistakes happen and tragedies happen, but the driver had nothing to do else. I believe his procedures were completed. He called the necessary authorities, and while he was off route, I think he communicated with the director of his route that I am at this so and so. Please direct me. Am I going in the right? And the statement also says that the director told him to proceed as the way he's going. He will be rerouted on N17, I believe. So
Yeah,
there's
thank
nothing
you.
you could do at that point. No,
Yeah,
thanks.
no, thank you, Lucky.
Mr. D, it's me again. Victor here. Brenda was right. The cause of the fire there. It's if you put steel with concrete, surely there will be spark. And the previous gentleman said the phones was too distant. That's long distance, right? We handle our phone not far away from the from the, what do you call it, garage station, filling station. They don't ignite, but the truck, when truck was going down the bridge, surely that steel and the concrete ignited and it created a leak also onto the truck. Surely that leak came from there. And I just wanted to say we should also look at in future. I believe if those trucks or those LPG trucks should have numbers, emergency numbers, should there be a leak on the gas tank or anything, because you drive around, you see those tanks, there's no emergency numbers to inform if there's a gas leak, where must people phone for what do you call it, to attend to the emergencies. There's no emergency number at all. But then I still emphasize that the company, they're going to go to them and ask them what is their emergency procedure. Should there be any leakage, any disaster, what do they do? What is the process? What led the driver to go straight to the police station instead of following the right procedure of the company? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Thanks for the gifts, guys.
Brenda,
Thank you. Hello.
just hold the fort for me. So I'm going to add one person and then you can take over for a few minutes.
No problem.
Sesanga Nicholas.
Sir.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm great.
Okay, go on.
First, condolences to the families that lost their loved ones.
Some PC, can you please mute the microphone?
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Some PC, mute the
Brother
microphone.
D, thank you for bringing up this program, and thanks for the good ideas people have got, especially those who are learned, the firefighters, and the knowledgeable people on the platform. Thanks for your information. I'm not gonna criticize this side or that side, but I've seen such incidences. I think this is incidence number 5 in my lifetime. Trucks of this kind falling and catching fire on their route to their destination places. But the problem I have seen is us, the community. Normally, people around those places where such incidences happen, they are warned, but they don't take heed. Some people, they are eager to take chances to come and rob those trucks, to steal the fuel, to steal any good that is on the truck. But it should be a wake-up call to the community. If such things happen, you are told to run away. Please run away for the safety of your life. Another incident happened in Congo, I think it was last year, where they lost 1,000 people. In the same case, people are told to run away, they don't. They just come closer to spectate, to take videos, to take photos, others to steal. I'm not saying that our loved ones were lost they all had this kind of mentality. But I believe some of them, they came for such things. Now going to the side of the controller. The controller has got many things he will answer, because even the company is putting him to keep an eye over the commodity they are taking, not only in cases of getting damages like this, but even getting stolen. So I think this controller, he might lose the job because he has got to answer a lot. He never showed up anything. Otherwise, let me wish you a great night. Let others continue from there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your input. Thank you so much. Lord Ricky. Lord Ricky, you can come in. Lord Ricky, you can unmute. Unmute yourself, please. Lord Ricky is not unmuting. And Anthony, can you unmute, please, and talk? I don't know if it's network or what's going on.
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks,
Oh,
Bradley.
okay.
Can you hear me? I'm audible on my
Yeah,
side.
yeah, I
Okay,
can hear
thanks.
you now.
Thanks for this opportunity. Good evening, everyone. Yes,
Evening, Papa.
this is it's very very serious in our communities. Our communities should be taught about hazmat materials, because I'm working on a rail sector. We transport these dangerous goods on a daily basis, and then if this one of these tankers they leak, we don't even come close to them. There are numbers there on a tank on a tankers. We call that number. It's a Joburg number. The people come from Chemiston and come and what you call and secure that truck so that or they can evacuate. Not long ago, between MLO and Petrochemical, the road was closed for 3 days. One of the tanker was involved in an accident. So and our communities,
Ponto,
especially
sorry, Bro Anthony. Please, guys, can you mute
Hey,
Ponto? Ponto one star. Can you mute, please?
hello?
Can you mute, please?
Okay, cool.
Thank you. You can continue, Bro Anthony.
yes, thanks. You know, we need to teach people about this hazmat materials and dangerous goods, because of people, especially when they see these trucks have involved in accident, they think it's an opportunity to steal some of these materials, but they are very very dangerous. There are numbers there. Even when you're driving on the road, there are numbers written on these trucks that if there's a leakage, you call that number there.
Mm.
And people who are working with dangerous goods, they will come and secure that truck, even if they have to close the road, even for a whole week, they have to close the road. Unfortunately, the driver, I saw the video. He ran away because he knows he was not supposed to go to police station. In fact, he was supposed to call the number there on the truck. There's always numbers on the truck there that if there's a leakage, you call this number, and the people who are working with these hazard materials, they'll come and secure that particular commodity. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, indeed, I do agree with you. There's numbers there on the placard of every dangerous goods. So what he should have done, he should have called the emergency service from that number, or even call the controller to call the emergency service. But it is what it is. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anthony. Ponto, you can unmute yourself, please.
Okay, thank you, Brenda, and thank you, Braden. Just want to give you guys some few things here. First, on the truck itself, like the container where the gas was contained, because I once worked where we were building those containers. As the container it is, if, for example, the container it's around 50 gallons, the substance that the container will contain, it will feed 30 gallons. The 20 is the protective measure of the tank around it. So when the truck got stuck in there, the tank could not leak from the sides or from where the leak came from. It has to come out from the emergency valve, because of now we're doing it like this. It's a solid structure against a solid structure. The weakest one will bend over. So what happened is the tank, it bent over at the bottom. That's where, at the bottom, that's where you get your emergency valve. Now remember pressure. That valve is made to be on a horizontal way. But as soon as something pushes the tank on top, the tank now bends over, makes an arc. Remember now they welded these things there by the emergency leak. That's where the gas came out. And it did not explode as soon as the truck hit the bridge. When it went over the bridge, it did not explode there. What happened is the gas started leaking. When the gas started coming out, it's an enclosure. It will come out from the front of the bridge and the back side of the bridge. Because of air, it goes out through air. Someone somewhere meters away from where the truck was, either he was smoking and they throw the cigarette butt on the ground. As soon as that cigarette butt hit the ground, it created the spark. That spark, that's where now that gas got that spark. Then it travels all the way to where it comes from. That will be assumption number one. Assumption number two, it can be when it was stuck there and the gas was leaking, there was cars behind the truck. The gas, any car, if it is exposed to the gas, it suffocates and the car won't move. And the people were trying they were busy starting their cars, like doing the ignitions on, but the engine wasn't responding. That part also, it can also be the source of creating the fire because of the ignition. Remember now, those cars that were there, you can tell that they suffocated from the gas, hence they stopped. They could not move. Some of the cars could not move. And as drivers, it's about few people knows that if there's a gas leakage and the car is exposed to that gas, it will switch off itself. It suffocates, but the ignition will work. And how does an ignition work? It creates a sparks. So automatically the fire, it started. It might be from someone smoking there, or the cars that were parked there, people trying to put their cars on. And that's where the spark started, and it traveled throughout the air and to the truck. Hence, even the explosion, the first one was very small. Then the big one came in. That's where now the fire got through the tank. That could be some of the things that you could look at, or that's how that could happen. But in J, on a straightforward note, that once the gas leaks and there will be fire, there won't be. Number three, on any vehicle that transport any hazardous material, there's an orange placard that is at the back and on the sides. The first number, it identifies the type of a hazardous material that the truck is carrying. You'll find it's 1202, which is diesel. 1340 something, it's something else. The second number underneath that number, it is the controller's number where the truck is, the controller who's controlling the truck. The third number underneath, it's the emergency response of the company. Of in case of any emergencies, there's leakages, there's what, you will call the second number and the third number. The third number, the ones for emergency responses. Whenever a truck travels in any route, the route planner will know if anything happens between A and B. The people, once they call this number here, the people who will respond in that route, it will be that company that is there because of they are closer to where the truck will be. They are closer between A and B. If it leaves A and B and it goes to B and C, there's another company that will respond. So when the truck leaves from the depot to the destination, there is companies that are waiting for any emergency response for that particular truck, depending on where did the accident happen. Now, here it exposes a lot of things about the company. For the driver, I also drive hazardous, I also carry hazardous materials. You'll find on other placards that the numbers that are there, by law, it's supposed to be the way I stated them. But other companies, because of we have to pay companies to be on guard, to be on standby throughout the entire route, they do shortcuts. The number that is there, you'll find it's the number of the office, and it's another number of that company. It's just different numbers, but they're ringing in one place. So as drivers, we become aware of that. So calling the office, notifying the office of there's a leakage. Then after that, he went to the police station. What he was supposed to do, according to the law, when you've done the HazCam, you will first thing first, you will notify your company. The second thing first, you notify the relevant authorities, the third number. You call the third number that I am here and I got stuck in this place. The office, they know that you are on point B towards point C. The people who needs to react, it's Bradeni. Then they call Bradeni to say, Bradeni, there's an emergency on this route. That's how these things should be planned. That's how they're supposed to be planned according to the book. That's what the book said. But because of now, it's finance. Companies cut finances. They do shortcuts. So in this instance, you cannot blame the driver. That's one. He did what he can do. That is why he even managed to come out of the truck and go straight and warn the people around to say, move away from this, move away from this. He did what any person, if you are carrying that, you will do it. And he did what he can, that he knows that this is what I could do. The rest he can't do because of, we can't even blame the firefighters. We can't put a blame to them to say they are not trained properly or this or that or that. It all goes back to HazCam. HazCam 101. Those placards as they are, those three numbers. The first number identifies the material. The second number is the office number. The third number, it is the emergency response office. They're the ones who, when they say the truck is being stuck from on this route, on point B going to point C, that third number, they must contact the company that they have contracted, that you need to safeguard our trucks and our people around that area. In each and every route where the trucks travels, there is companies that are there. But because of the companies, they They do funny things. They do dodgy things. They don't follow the book. It has exposed how the company operates. This is solely what the company operates. If the company followed the HESCAM rule 101, this could never, it would have never been in such a magnitude. It could have been easily contained, and yeah, that's how I could put it. No, thanks
Thank
very
you.
much. I
Yeah,
needed to
thank
put
Thank
you.
my
you,
2 cents
Ponzo.
on this.
Before
Thank you,
Thank you.
before you
Poncho.
go, Ponzo, before you go, if I understand you correctly, you're saying between this
Yes,
company, this truck apparently was leaving from Richards Bay to Botswana. So you're saying to us, in between that route, there should have been people on standby on different points, not specifically on the road itself, but campers
correct,
around specific areas that would have been able to be called and deal with that emergency.
correct,
Now,
correct. You
following
heard me
up on
very
that,
well.
so
Correct.
yeah, so I think the investigation then will have to follow this pattern. If this company, either the company or either the labor broker, which is ISS, if they cannot prove to us that calls
Yes,
were made to those responders and those responders could not respond, if they cannot give us that data from their side, then they must be held liable.
Yes.
of course.
Mm.
Of course, as I've pointed out, that this in the investigation, actually it should start from the company that the driver works for. What is the protocol? Do they
Yes,
follow? Number one, the placard that is there on the truck, they should look at, they must investigate those two numbers, the second one and the third one, of is those numbers ringing in one office. If that happens, you must know that's where your problem starts, because it's not supposed to ring in one office. The second number, it rings to the office, the company number. The third one, you can take it like it's a call center or something.
yes,
There you will say there's a truck so and so of this company, Ponto's truck. It is stuck here. Then they know Ponto's truck. Okay, fine. They'll ask you what number or a registration number or something. Then they can identify. Okay, it's in this route going there. So you say. Then they will ask you which road is there. You tell them the road. Then they will say, okay, fine. It is on point B going to C. So that's where Braden comes in, because Braden is route. He's the one who's watching route B going to C. Then Braden must respond to the truck. But now, because of the logistic, paying all the route that the truck travels, paying all
yes,
those people, it's
yes,
expensive to the company. So they're cutting, for example, instead of having 20 companies on standby, they'll have 15 or they'll have 12. But the distance increases. Where it's supposed to be shorter, the distance increases. You see, so that's where we need to look at this properly in that direction, actually. Thank you.
I'm with you. Thank you. No, thanks a lot, Pons. I think you've helped us a lot, and you've added on what Victor was saying. Actually, that the starting point for any investigation would be the company standard operating procedures, and I think after that, whoever is
Correct.
investigating this thing, because I think one thing that we must take into account, some of these people in these authorities, they do watch these social media platforms, and some of this information can assist them in terms of where to start looking, because some of them they are not experts in this thing. So I think you just added on what Victor was saying to say there must be proper procedures that must be followed in case of an emergency. So thank you a lot, Ponzo.
Hey, yes, I do
Yeah.
agree, Braden. That's what
No,
we
you're
do when we
welcome.
investigate such things, such accidents. We do, and we also check. Also, were they complying also with what our bylaws says and the regulations? Mm.
Is ESP
Okay,
all
no, thanks
talking
very much.
nonsense? ESP is saying we are all nonsense. ESP, can you please explain why are you saying nonsense, and what are the facts that you know that other people don't know? In the absence of that submission, we may have to mute or remove you. Mokoena Manabe.
Thanks, Bradini. I want to appreciate the fact that I learned a lot. You know, I took this thing for granted that there would be sufficient information like this one. I learned a lot. In fact, I must appreciate three of our colleagues who re-emphasized this thing. The first one is it Ponzo who just left, and Victor, and there was another gentleman who was speaking together with Victor. They really shared a very good information to can give us a sense of what actually transpired. But there was a gentleman who was speaking in Zulu. He gave me a very good scenario of what could possibly had happened, and I'm still struggling to say I after all this engagement, I'm still convinced that that gentleman might have been saying the truth, that the truck, in fact, had realized the leak somewhere and it used the breach as the explosion point.
Mm.
I think he said something very convincing. It requires somebody to convince me otherwise that the scenario is wrong. But also, I want to re-emphasize
Yeah.
what is it Buddha, the gentleman who said he's a truck owner. I'm
Yes.
convinced otherwise. I think Buddha is saying he's blaming five people. He explained the driver, the government, the police. I think and this is my closing part. For us, first is to appreciate the fact that this was a residential area, and whether I mean maybe they had to have a public order policing to can manage people not to go there, but realistically, I think the law enforcement agencies were not. Were not game changers of the situation. Whether they were there or not, they would not have made much difference because I think most of the colleagues who spoke clarified this thing. If the driver did not panic, and this is what I'm taking now from all what if the driver did not have panicked. And maybe manage the situation very well. And also, if the company had their standard operation procedure active and responded very quickly, because I'm informed that the driver did call the company, so it means the company did not have what Ponzo just indicated. You know, people on standby around the route would be able to come and diffuse the the fire. But also, there was a gentleman who said the third fire or the third
blast could have been the one that was coming from the truck because it was explosives or it was much more dangerous than the other ones. Though I partly agree, but I still agree with that gentleman who was speaking Zulu to say this truck came leaking under the bridge. I think if all that investigation can be established, because the person slept at Germiston, from Germiston to Boksburg, it is not about 10 kilometers drive. And he stayed there under the bridge for more than an hour, and there was no explosion. I think that's where my confusion is. But I still remain with my previous point that maybe we need to educate our people, and also maybe learning from this incident. It may have to be compulsory to firefighters to have this intense fire training, and also maybe traffic officers to be trained also on this not managing the fire, but on understanding the hazardous situation and how to manage traffic when it's coming. And I know that everything, we have a dustbin called the South African Police Services. Those poor people, everything is given to them. People make laws, they expect them to, execute it. Even here, the truck gets into a bridge, somebody comes in, he says, I blame the police. So those poor people also have to be trained to say, when this situation happen, what do you do? Here is the manual, call these numbers and what. But I'm not sure we are going to succeed on the investigation after that blast, because maybe all the numbers would have been, destroyed by fire. But lastly, Braden, as Buddha said, blaming 5 people, are we aware that there were people who were just in the hospital, who were not even at that place, who were in hospital, who were injured, who were not even aware of a truck somewhere, who were not even taking pictures, who were injured? And some of them, nurses who were coming from a morning shift who were going home, who died. And I'm told about 10 of the nurses now have died. So I think, like I said earlier, let's stop. Yes, sir.
Just hang on a sec. Guys, please don't use crying emojis on the live. It affects our life. I don't know what TikTok understand the crying emojis to be, but the moment you start using crying emojis, it affects our life. So no matter how painful or tragic the situation is, let's not use crying emojis. Rima, yeah, let's remember that. Mokwena, you can continue.
Thanks, Bradeni. Yes, as I conclude, I think I've re-emphasized that point, that for now there's no time to blame this one and that one and that one. For now is to heal as a country and take this thing as a learning curve. There will be many more experiences that come. They may come as tragedy and so on. It's unfortunate that we lose life, but it has taught us something. At least in future we'll know. I know today that there are 3 numbers in a truck now. If it happens, I know what is happening. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bradeni?
A lot.
Good evening, everyone.
Still here. You know why? I do think that the leak was not the truck was not leaking before it went under the bridge. Why? Because I think if there was a leakage, that truck could have been redirected back to the depot. So I truly, that one, I don't think it was happening. But in any way, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I think
Ask
that could have been
Bradeni.
I
Can
think
I
that could
ask?
have been the next logical step.
Can I ask Bradeni? I think I agree with Brenda partly, but I also think it is difficult to agree holistically when they could not address the situation when it was under the bridge. The same situation could have been when it was where it was living. The driver could have called and they did not know what to do, as much as they did not know what to do when it was at the bridge.
I get you. I get your point, Mukwena. Lodrick, can you please mute your microphone? You will come after Mr. Mtsweni. Lodrick, please mute your microphone. You will come after
Okay.
Mr. Mtsweni. Yes, please.
All right.
Mr. Mtsweni.
Good evening, Praten and everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, yes. A lot of things has been said. We might end up in repeating one thing. I will just mention just few things on the side of the company first, because
Yes.
people like to put a blame. The issue of the blame, that's where we can't, we won't find the solution. This is not about the blame, but now the company itself. I saw the people were talking on the news. I was listening to the CEO. So this is a big company. So the CEO is not his position to address us or to tell us that the driver has been trained. He was making an example of the he has been trained on the firefighter, on the first aid. These are the 3 years certificates. It is not his duty that he's doing every day. That driver is supposed to have his personal file at work. His safety department.
Mr. Mtsweni.
These are the people should
Mr.
have
Mtsweni.
addressed. Hello?
Let me interrupt you there. In terms of the Health and Safety Act, I think the CEO has got some responsibility in terms of Section 16.1. He can only evade accountability if he appoints a 16.2, somebody that he delegates the responsibility to. 16.2 as well will delegate that responsibility to somebody with certificate, somebody. So I don't think the CEO can escape accountability in terms of the Health and Safety Act.
No, I'm not saying he's not. 16.1 is the CEO. Yes, 16.2 is also appointed by the 16.1. So
Yes.
what I was trying to elaborate on that one, because it's not his profession on the safety department. He won't tell us exactly. If he's making an example that the driver has been trained, he's got firefighter, he's got first aid. So that first aid and firefighter is something that was not going to do much on what has happened there.
Yeah, I agree.
So my point now, where it goes, the issue of the procedure of the company, it has shown us that the driver don't know what to do in terms of emergency preparedness. What is the procedure saying in terms of the emergency? So you can see that there is no PTO that is conducted to the drivers, because such thing doesn't happen every day, doesn't happen every month or quarterly. These things happen once in a while. They can check their risk profile, their baseline risk assessment. They have, if they do have, it will show them these things. The disaster like this doesn't happen like yearly. So the driver, they must be trained. on the PTO, plain task observation. They must have some of the simulations at some point, since there are some trainings that a driver have in terms of a HESCAM. What must you do? They forget. You can train me first aid now. I can have certificate of first aid, but I'm not doing the first aid every day. I'll forget which bandage I must use for what. So for me to be reminded, maybe quarterly or twice a year, we are doing some of the activities where I can apply what I've been trained, because the certificate will expire in 3 years. Then I forgot. So now the driver didn't know what must he do. That's why he went to the police station, of which has got nothing to do. The police, they will do nothing there. They don't know the procedures. This is a guess. If you are driving this type of a truck, there's Poncho. Poncho did mention a lot of things there. I won't go much so to save time. So coming to our government, especially that area of Eguruleni, the safety department, we do have the minister or the MEC for safety. So what are these safety officers of municipality doing? Because that road, that area doesn't show anywhere anyhow that there's a board showing that no trucks this side. Or let's leave it, maybe some of the areas they go to the hospital, but it's a residential area. So the bridge, they must have a dummy line. As much as you are going to cross the electric wires or electric or whatever that is going to cause accident or to cause explosion, that truck, it shows that is that bridge was too small. They must have a dummy line, except up until you go to reach the bridge. That's where I saw something like 360 or 3 point what meters. But they must have at least have a board behind, and also a dummy line that is going to block the truck from not going there, because the bridge is too small for the truck. It doesn't show anything there. And then the issue of I saw that they are saying there's a lack of evidence. I don't know who are investigating this, because you can't take the police to investigate such things. These things are the constructions or mining or whatsoever. The timeline, when and where did the truck leave to where? We did have that information. The truck drove from Richards Bay to Kempton Park. It slept there at the truck stop in Benoni. Then from there, the driver was supposed to get a permit to cross. But you can't use that big truck for a person doesn't know the road, because he's supposed to draw A, B, C, D to get a permit for him to go. If there was a smaller car, to get all this paperwork before the truck leaves, it has saved time, and also it eliminates the risk of sending a person for a permit. They are trying to save whatever, maybe the petrol, but this thing could have saved a lot to use a small car, go and get paper A, paper 2, paper 3. Then from a truck stop, you drive from there with a road plane straight to Botswana. Than to use the same driver to go and collect. This is a town. We're gonna drive in the small areas, of which is carrying the hazardous chemicals, of which it won't work. I think if they can be honest with their investigation as the company, they can stop their reoccurrence. But if they are going to do the investigation to covering up, they are still going to experience this. Unfortunately, it's going to injure some of us honest people, people who are innocent on the road, because the company, they don't want to adhere. There's a laws and regulations, but from the laws and regulations, they're supposed to draw up their internal procedures. They're supposed to train their people internally. Also, they're supposed to train them during their induction after 12 months. They're supposed to do their plain task observation in their specific job, except the drivers. There are some of the people who are doing the refilling. They're supposed to follow their issue-based risk assessment as per task. There is an issue-based risk assessment. What must you do? Then from there, you put this thing together with your procedures. A person will be able to know now what is he doing there. Not the except the external training that I'm qualified, I'm a driver for HESCAM, but there are some of the procedures, issue-based risk assessment, that is supposed to be done to each and every person who is working for the company. Yeah, I think
Mr.
so far
Mtweni.
that's all I can mention. But I was concerned about the investigation team when they are saying there's a lack of evidence. There is a lot of evidence that I can even see here that okay, these are the evidence. You are supposed to compile a file. You can't do the investigation while the driver is on the custody. How can you do the investigation? Then there's the lack of evidence. You have locked up the driver. The other side, they are saying they are doing the investigation. Then the paperwork. First, you start to investigate the documents itself. It's got procedures. It's got trainings. It's got everything. Then you go to your timeline. From your timeline up until the driver left there. Then you go to your conversation of the WhatsApp group from work or whatever, the communication to the control. What did the control? What is his duty of the control? There's also a procedure there inside at the control that okay, we've got this situation. Who must be called? What must the driver do? And then not all the people were there to loot. It's just a hearsay. But these residents, people are staying there. There's a hospital there. It was too much for the driver. The driver actually, he was not calm. He did panic. That's why there's sort of lot of mistake on his side. I'm not blaming the driver, but there's a lack of the system for the company. Their system is not good. If it's a subcontract, 37.2 is going to mention if I'm transporting your diesel as A, this is what I'm going to do. It's a legal agreement of 37.2. Then if I'm a subcontract, I'm supposed to submit my method statement to commit myself how I'm going to work with the logistic, with this type of a chemical. Do I have enough resources? Do I have a trained driver? They understand, they know. So there's quite a lot of things that are still needed to be worked on, but the investigation team, they must come and report even to us so that the reoccurrence cannot happen to any other company, even themselves. This thing must be the last one. They must listen to this. They mustn't take it as if we are attacking, but we are helping the society. We are also for them to review. They must go back and review the whole of their system. If the system is not in place, they must start to work on their system to be in place to prevent their reoccurrence.
Thank you, Mr. Mtweni.
Okay.
Yes, thanks, man.
Lodrick, can you unmute? Okay, guys, our live was scheduled to stop at 9, so we are on extra time. So I'm going to accept the last people on the request list. After that, I'm not accepting anyone. We're going to complete the discussion for tonight with everybody who's already on the request line. Lodrick, can you please unmute your microphone? Can hear me? Let me see if I can help you. I can't help you, unfortunately. Lodrick, please unmute. I see you've got a truck, so I suppose you are the truck driver or truck owner. But because you can't hear us, my old lady, you can take over so long.
Okay, thank you and good evening to everyone. I just joined you at about 8:45, Brady, so I just hope that I'm not going to repeat what have been said before. To me, first point of call, a truck of that size in terms of height and breadth, has it ever crossed there before or was it for the first time? I think that's the first point of call. And when we have the sizes of a truck also together with the infrastructure size, which the investigators should get from the engineers, right? I want to believe when they compare the two, then it will address the issue of was it correct at all to go pass through the tunnel or not? And if it has any truck of that size, has it passed there before or not? Okay. That is irrespective of was there a sign or was there no a sign at that time.
Yes, Mama.
Now, hello. Oh, I thought somebody was talking. Then we would have addressed at least one issue at a time. Now, usually, as we travel, whether flight, there will be incidents where, as passengers, you are told that the mode of transport is going to delay because the technicians or mechanics are still busy on XYZ because it's not proper. So, also, whether the truck was in a good condition, it's a report that we should be having from the office, because remember, some of the things when you give it a tick to say it is in a good condition, there has to be record of that to say everything was ticked off and it was in a good condition. Now, I wonder if at all anyone will be able to pick up if that report was only produced after the incident or it was produced prior, because in terms of safety measures, knowing that somebody is transporting something that is so dangerous like gas and stuff, it's very important that every trip, and considering the distance also where it's going, I'm not now addressing whether the driver was tired or not tired. We are told that it was within that region anyway. So it's not about the driver was fatigued. So the issue, it takes me back to, was the truck in a good condition at all? And matching that with, has there never been a truck of that size going past there? That's just my question. If anyone can be able to answer those questions, because it assists us in concentrating on where could the problem have arisen. Thank you.
My old
Thank you, my
lady.
old lady.
Yes.
My old lady. Although those trucks you spoke about, those trucks we expect them to be on national roads, on main roads, not in residential areas. They are given routes to drive on. So the driver, that's why in the beginning I said the driver has to explain what was he doing in the residential area. It might be that he was lost. It might be of some other reasons we don't know. But those trucks are expected at national roads.
Okay, so basically then, Brenda, you are telling me that not a truck of that size has never gone past there. Is that what you are addressing now?
No, I don't believe it has.
Oh, okay. If it hasn't, then
let me
there's
put
a lot
my
of questions back to the driver. Okay?
There's someone who's talking while others are talking. Can we mute, guys, so that we give my lady a chance to speak?
No. I can. I do not mind. I don't know the rules necessarily to say is it okay. Maybe who's this fella wanted to respond to my questions, maybe, if possible. Oh, okay. Fella is quiet now.
Yes, thank you very much, my lady. Yeah, no, I'm talking. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, fella.
Hello? Yes. Okay. All trucks and trucks and cars are allowed to operate on national and provincial and municipality roads. What is happening is that the driver for a dangerous goods like petroleum, oil, and any chemicals like LPG gas can drive anywhere in the country on any roads, provided the truck can carry such responsibility. There are no lying breaches. In this case, the breach is low, and we have a lot of low breaches like that. Then if the breach does not have a clear signage, and then it's stated in the on the what you call it, or when you take your driver's license, if the road does not have road markings or stuff like that, you should not ignore. You should use your discretion that this road is caving, I cannot overtake. And remember, even if you don't know the law of the rules of the road, then you are guilty for such. So what happened there? The driver, according to what I heard, went out and checked if the truck can fit there. Then he took the discretion, and the truck did not fit. According to what I heard, is that the road there is bending. So it means when the head of the truck started to come up, then the back of the truck got stuck, so it wouldn't pass. So he did the correct thing by calling the operator, his office, and letting them know that this is the situation. Then the responsibility of the office was to inform the municipality, the fire extinguisher, that there is this particular problem, and the fire department should have evacuated the people around, considering the danger that they were facing and the chances of explosion. So our government, our fire people did not do their job. That's what I guess why the guy was not charged, because they should have, the fire department themselves, they are at fault for not evacuating the residents around the place which the truck was stuck. They were aware that the truck was having LPG and it was leaking and there was fire.
So they were
that is my
informed.
They were informed. They knew. They were informed. They knew the truck had a capable explosive substance, which is LPG, highly flammable substance, and not 3 liters of that, but thousands of liters of that particular liquid. So the fire department should have first evacuated the residents around before they can start to extinguish any, because no matter how much how many fire extinguishers were there, they were not going to extinguish the LPG gas, that is liquefied gas. It was not going to be extinguished. It was going to cause that particular damage. They were supposed to evacuate the residents around that particular place. So they did not do that.
But I'm just thinking there, fella, that the time period between them being informed and the time when the time of the explosion, and also the time of them arriving, because they did arrive at a later stage after the explosion, that's got to be measured as well, because to say realistically, so after we've been informed, how much time, the distance, and in terms of the response, how long did it take? Because now that they arrived after the explosion, then the main issue becomes they did not respond.
Yes,
which may not be unfair, you know. Which may be unfair.
In short, if they came late, it means they did not respond on time. And then that is the problem with the South African government. You call the police, they do not respond in time. You call the ambulance, they don't come on time. You call the fire extinguisher, they don't come in time. Okay, that is where the government now is going to be blamed, that you did not do the job.
Mr. Fella, my brother. Do you know that dangerous goods transports, they are being given a straight route? Do you know that?
And it makes sense, actually,
Dangerous
if
goods
that is the case.
transport.
They are being given
Dangerous
a
good
straight route.
transport. Let me say this: around that particular place, there is a garage. I know that particular garage. How do
Miss Fella,
petroleum be
Miss Fella,
delivered to that particular garage?
Miss Fella, hang on.
The guy was
Hang on.
going to Botswana. He was not going to any garage. He was from I think it's Richards Bay or somewhere, to Botswana. So, which road are they supposed to use? Because in my expertise, I know that each and every dangerous goods trucks that we expect them on a straight route that they've been given by their controllers.
Should I reply to that?
Yes.
Before
Okay.
you reply, Miss Fella, before you reply,
All
and
right,
Mandy,
all
you
right.
jumped the
I would
queue.
also like to weigh in, guys.
Yes, actually, that's what I wanted to say. That
Brenda?
Miss Fella jumped the queue, and it's my old lady who assisted him
I'm
to
sorry
jump the
about
queue.
that. The thing is, you see,
Now,
Pradenne, actually, we prefer this to be interactive and so that we all have as much information as possible. That is why I'm one person, I don't prefer to speak for the longest time and without hearing, inputs of others. Mm.
yeah, no, that's fine. I wanted to say to Miss Fella when he
Okay, guys,
responds.
can I weigh in, please?
Okay, yeah, Mutlais, you can respond.
Host?
Yes, Mutlais, you can.
Okay,
You can
it
go
seems as
ahead.
if the host is not... Okay, guys, thank you very much. I think for us to reach a certain destination, we need to start somewhere. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, we need to start somewhere. So one thing that we need to start, or where we need to start, is accountability. On the accountability, it should be followed by responsibility, then the action. So the accountability, it stays with the company. So under the company, there is a regulation body. So what we need to do is to
Yes.
check whether the company did follow all those things as per the regulation body. And then what we need from the company, one, control measures from the company. Then we get the control measures, then we get the driver's competence. Then we assess those two files, whether all has been done as per the specs of the regulation body. Then we move to the next step, to the driver. Then after all, for this incident, the truck went to a residential area. I can hear you guys are complaining about the signage and all those things. But on the residential area, it's only 5 ton is allowed. Are you expecting to see the height restriction on that bridge? That's my question to you. Back to square one. So if you can get the accountability, the whole file, then we can go somewhere. Then we can move to blame and check other responsibilities for other people. I think I make sense there. So in this case, there is no accountability from the company. So how can you blame the driver on top of that?
Yes. The company won't take responsibility. They don't want to lose money. They avoid lawsuits.
Also, what I think would have been
I
a
can't hear you, my
problem there
brother,
is the
breaking.
question of if the driver was probably then expected to use their own discretion. Measurements can be something else. Somebody can say, no, there's just very little space. I can still maneuver. But considering the fact that you are carrying hazardous, very dangerous
Yes.
stuff in the truck, then in that case, honestly speaking, you should be restricted to particular routes, not necessarily you can go wherever and then use your discretion. That cannot be proper. Because a discretion is discretion. I can say something is black and then you say it's a bit black but brown, that is that kind of thing.
True, and
You
I'm
see,
my old lady.
already.
Ne? And there's also a comment that says the person was going to get a permit. It goes back to the competency of the company, if it's like
Yes.
that. But we don't know how true it is, because each and every truck that transports any dangerous goods must be inspected prior to loading anything, so that we approve, we authorize the truck to continue and work. Now I don't understand. Now there's a lot of things that coming up. I don't understand. But now what we know is that the truck driver, not the truck driver, the trucks of all dangerous goods must be on main what you call main routes. And
National
again,
National road.
Mukwe on the national routes, yes. And Mukwena also has just here said that we should ask Mr. Fela to read the Road Traffic Act. I think it will be proper for everyone to do that, so that they know what we're talking about.
Yeah, whatever
Okay.
information that could be gathered prior to the
Okay,
truck
guys.
leaving.
My old lady,
Ready?
you've messed up. You've messed
All
up
right.
my.
Thanks, guys. I'm gonna leave you now.
Okay, before you leave, Mutlaisi, did you complete your point? Because I think there was some interaction between.
Sorry.
So can I request my old lady and Miss Bella to mute their microphones?
I can't hear you. You're
Okay,
breaking, my
Mutlaisi,
brother.
can you complete your point?
Okay. No. What I was just raising those things. So in this incident, there's thousands loopholes, but the base point is one, from the accountability, so that when we address other issues, we know that we have a concrete evidence. We've gathered all information, especially as I mentioned that from the regulation body, there is a whole pack in terms of dispatching, creating the journey plan. It is there. So there's no way that the driver can leave point A to point B without a journey plan. So I was just highlighting all those things so that it would be easier for us to know where we're supposed to start, so that when we move from step 2 to step 3, we have all information in order for us to reach a certain destination.
No, thank you, Mutlaisi. Thanks for your inputs. Miss Fela.
Thanks.
Sure. Miss Fela, you can unmute. Miss Fela. Miss Fela, can you unmute your microphone?
Yeah, Baba.
Now, before you speak, I wanted to say to you, you earlier said
Yes, I'm
truck,
here. I'm listening.
yes, you said earlier that truck can travel anywhere in any national, provincial, or local road. And then Brenda came in and said, according to her expert knowledge, that truck transporting dangerous goods can only travel on national roads. Now, I wanted to say to you, Brenda is an expert. She's an inspector of dangerous goods. So when you said that truck can travel on a road, where are you basing that from?
I'm basing my information on the fact that there are the LPG gas. It's a liquefied gas. It's a gas that we use in our houses. There is another dangerous good called petroleum that is used by the gas station for our petrol. Those trucks for the petroleum gas, there are fuel station around that place. If the dangerous goods trucks are only permitted on national roads, then how will the petroleum gas be able to deliver their liquefied petroleum gas to the petrol station if they are restricted from using the provincial and the municipality road? It's a question.
Okay, you can mute. Brenda will respond. Brenda. Okay, while Brenda is still busy, my old lady. My
Hello.
old lady, can
You hear
oh
me?
yes,
Can you hear me? All
yes, I
right.
can hear you.
Yes. Bona, Mr. Felane. Not yeah, Gabriel. There's a guy who just said what I wanted to say here. Only on specific situations. Yes, that's 100% correct. Only on those specific situations, and there are routes that they can take. And that's why all the time when there's depots like that, or where you have to go for a depot, it's at industrial places, not at residential places. So it's not, they are only allowed only on specifications.
Thank you, Brenda. My old lady.
I know, but I think I will listen on because what I'm picking up at the moment is that I think I read one of the messages from Brenda to say you cannot issue out a permit at the border, and it makes sense. A permit must be issued out when it leaves that point of departure. Now,
Yes.
for you cannot travel a particular distance, irrespective how small the distance could be. You can, because anything can happen within that distance. So, for one to be sure that the truck is in a good condition and everything, and being issued out a permit should start from a point of departure. So those facts would be important to know what transpired then for him to go to take a particular route for a permit. What happens to the route that you've already traveled?
Yes, when I'm lady. That's why there's even the assessments that has to be done before the truck goes into a journey. There must be someone who can come and do the risk assessment of the road so that they can check whether is it safe to travel on that road. So I don't understand. And it's now, to me, to tell the truth, it's very, very worrying for me to see that people do believe Hore, a dangerous goods transport can just leave and load without a permit. I really don't understand
No,
it.
I also do not understand that
It's like
really,
when you say
because that
someone
is
can drive
important.
without a license or a public. No.
Mm, mm. And also, even if you travel a particular distance and then you will be told at that point to say you need to get a permit from wherever, what do they do then if at that point they realize that actually you are not actually not allowed to travel further? So would you then go back? So you cannot be operating like that. So honestly, I
Thank
think
you,
the
my
whole
old
thing is
lady.
gonna go back to the company. Honestly speaking, as I'm seeing and listening to all the facts presented here, it's gonna go back to there was some kind of negligence from the company, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know, Prateni, if you need to give Bafana, Date Bafana Twala a chance. I'm just taking advantage of this of not leaving because I know we are almost the last people to participate here. That's why we
No,
hanging on. So
no, I'm gonna take out because there's somebody who's been requesting. and he's
Okay.
been dropping.
Okay,
Lottery.
no, it's fine. I'm
I
okay
think I'm
anyway.
gonna give
Thanks,
him.
buddy.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, my old lady.
Roderick has been,
Danny,
he's
how are
been
you?
trying.
Yeah. Bafana, before you, we've got Menzongezi.
Men's against. Mm.
Yeah. So
Oh,
please
okay.
mute Bafana.
Sanbonan,
Menzongezi, you can
good
go ahead.
evening.
Itada.
Yes. How are you guys?
Yeah,
Okay.
We good and you?
Let me go to the point. That road, the hospital road, when you can Google it, it won't show you that it's a resident road. First of all, I'm talking about that road because I've used it before. I find a problem. It not shows you that it's a residential road. It shows you that it's a main road. That is the first problem that we have to look. Secondly, that road, when you're turning off highway, it doesn't have a board.
Menzongezi, you're breaking up. We can't hear you anymore.
Maybe it's my network. I'm not sure. Let me change the position where I am. Maybe it's my network.
Okay, we can
How is
hear
it
you.
now, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the red road, if you search it, it doesn't show it. We call it a turning road according to the map. We call it a turning road. It shows it a main road, that road. Secondly, when you see the truck, the truck was already inside the tunnel. Just that the road is uneven. The road is uneven.
I think there's a problem somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Menzongezi, there's a problem with your network.
I think it's my network. I think because I've been talking. Yeah. So I'm saying that road has got a problem itself. The municipality has to sort out that road first. And it's not a problem that the truck is stuck there. If the truck was stuck there, it was not going to be explode. That's what I'm sure about. Because of the gas that it was carrying. The problem there is not that the truck was stuck under the bridge. That is not a problem. That is not a cause of explosion. That is not a cause. We mustn't run around and say driver was wrong. The driver did what he was supposed to do, and to stuck under the bridge, it wasn't the cause of explosion.
Okay, I think Menzongezi has got a problem with his network. Bafana, you can unmute your
brother.
microphone. Itada.
I'm great, man. I'm great. I think we should clarify a couple of things. We've been going back and forth about a couple of things. I appreciate Brenda's input. In terms of the rules and the law that is applied and the standards that are applied, trucks that are carrying dangerous goods or a certain weight class of trucks are not allowed on municipal roads under certain conditions, right? There are specific conditions where a truck can actually pass through a municipal road, not for operational reasons, but to reach a certain destination that is industrial.
Correct.
Right? Secondly, in terms of route management, I was in the logistics before I went into business myself. I was in the logistics business. I was a logistics manager and warehousing manager for 6 years. One of the things that we did when we were planning routes, before I signed off on a route, one of the things that we looked at was bridges. We looked at distance. We looked at cost per kilometer, the cost to the company in terms of will it save us, money? Will it, all those kind of things, and also consider at the top of the list safety. Safety management, and we look at the areas. One of the other things that we looked at, say for instance, we're carrying flammable load. We would look at areas in terms of where that load would pass through, just in case there's an accident, how much damage in terms of area would that accident cause, all those kind of things. We used to consider all these things, and these things are very important. Unfortunately, what I have realized is that today in the industry, people have become very reckless. They do not go in depth with this kind of things. I'm going to make an example with this load from Boksburg. If you understand how, because we did this trainings from time to time and safety and all that, if you understand how LP gas works, because what it does is that it escapes into the air, whatever spark it gets, it has an area of at least 2 kilometers radius.
Mm.
That's what we call a danger zone.
Yes.
So that danger zone, that 2 kilometer radius, if you look at that bridge and you look at those houses at that place called Plantation and all that, I live in the East Rand, so I know that area very well. Those people were already in danger, right? And if you have a countdown in terms of how LP gas works, explosion, the first responders and the police and everybody else had 35 minutes before the explosion. 35 minutes. Usually the explosion happens between 35 and 40 minutes. That's the only time they had to actually evacuate that area. And they had to evacuate outside of a 2 kilometer radius. So the danger was already there. I don't want to address that because that's controversial. Okay. Now I want to go to where the mistake happened. An investigation of this sort, where I come from, could have been completed within 48 hours if the paperwork is in order, right? One, the SACA standards and accreditation, I want to see the paperwork for that. Okay. The accreditation basically speaks to the safety protocols that are done by the company, training of drivers, training of controllers, training of the logistics managers on the conditions, training of all the stuff that is involved in the transportation of dangerous goods. I don't want to speak of hazmat certification because those are the standard things. Those things, a truck should never leave the base without having those certification been done.
Yes.
And then there's 3 types of permits, right? There's a long-term permit that allows you to transport dangerous goods around the country for a certain period of time. That is separate from your hazmat certification, because a hazmat certification is for the truck. And then there's a hazmat license for the driver. And then there's the permit from the National Traffic Department that satisfies that the truck can transport or the company can transport, right? And then there's the permit to enter a foreign national country with that hazardous material, right? And then there's the permit to clear the goods into that country, right? So the driver, it is impossible. Whoever is telling us that the driver was going to be fetching permits and all that, it is impossible. It would have never happened.
Yeah.
The manager at Infinite, Gerhard, right? Gerhard is the manager who signed off on this truck to leave. Gerhard needs to explain one thing. How did the truck leave without the permit?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, the route from Richards Bay to Botswana wouldn't have gone through Gauteng area. It would have gone through the Hendrina side, Mpumalanga, and then go through to Botswana. Cost per kilometer to the company in terms of transporting that would have been cheaper by more than 100,000, if my calculations are correct, because that I thumbs up that. And then if you calculate the cost of the truck from moving from Richards Bay into the N3 and then having a rest of 10 hours in Germiston, the cost is very high. No logistics manager would have signed off on that, right? Gerhard needs to explain how he signed off on a route that says that he can pass through in the Gauteng area. Okay, sharp. Okay, now the mistake has happened. The driver is in the Gauteng area, is in the Boksburg area. They said he made a wrong turn. Where were the controllers who were tracking the truck? According to the Road Traffic Management Act and according to the standards that have been set in transporting hazardous material, trucks like that need to be monitored 24/7, and they have to be monitored by one controller. One controller monitors the truck every time, and they will change shifts within, it's either 12-hour shifts or 8-hour shifts, but they have to be monitored at every point. If that controller leaves to go to the bathroom, one person, the supervisor, the control room supervisor, will sit on that desk and will monitor the truck. For the reason why this is done, that if the driver makes a mistake and gets off the route, right, that controller will alert the driver to stop in their tracks. It's either they stop on the side of the road and they put a triangle to show that they are stopped, to warn other motorists, and then a reroute is done. And that reroute will not be approved until the manager, the logistics manager, if he's at home, they will call him and tell him, this is where the problem is. And if we have a competent supervisor in that control room, the competent supervisor will sign off and alert the manager that a route has been changed for 1, 2, 3 reasons. If I was investigating this, one, I need to see the documentation, where the route was changed, where it was signed off, why was it signed off. Secondly, I need the health status of the driver. Was the driver even supposed to be driving that truck? That one particular driver. Was he scheduled to drive the truck? If there was if the schedule was changed in terms of saying that somebody else was supposed to drive the truck, I need to know why, right? I need to see safety protocols and tests that were done internally on the company, because those have to be done differently. There are those that are done biannually, okay? And then every other 4 months or 3 months, depending from company to company, a test has to be taken by hazmat drivers and to check if they are still competent enough. I can tell you for a fact here, the driver, unfortunately, the driver will be on the hook for culpability, for culpable homicide, for all those deaths, because he was the driver of the vehicle. If he was able to see the height of the bridge and all that is another issue, because I can tell you for a fact that if he was my driver, one, I would have fired him on spot. And then as a company owner, I would have sued his ass off, because his competency should have told him that he should not be going into that route. He should have parked on the side of the road and said, I made a mistake, I need a reroute, create a new route for me, and they would have sent him a new route. Secondly, the company needs to be held liable for all of this. There's millions in damages of property and millions in terms of loss of income, and then there's the most important one, the death of people on that accident. This accident could have been prevented. These are the kind of things that I have always fought with people. This is the kind of this is where I have problems. People used to call me cold. I used to have a policy where I worked that my controllers are not your drivers, are not your friends to the drivers. They're not friends. Because this is what happens. A driver says to the controller, chief, ngizafuna ukubona umama kabani la, ngine-girlfriend yami la. Ngizothi nje 5 minutes, I'll be out. And the controller says, sharp, but now sheshe uphume lapho. This is where the mistakes happen. Because people become friendly and they stop being professional. This accident could have been prevented. The loss of life could have been prevented. And I place the blame squarely at the door of the truck driver and the company. Gerhard, that guy, the Gerhard guy, I don't know, and I wonder if we'll ever get employment in the logistics business because nobody will ever touch him again.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
my
but
submission.
thank you so much,
you.
Claire.
Thank you, Bafana.
Oh, yeah, no, you said a mouthful. Oh, Bafana, if I had I had money, I would really take you on and take you in and be a partner. You really are amazing. Exactly what
No,
you expect from
because
everyone, from the companies. Very professional, profound indeed.
Brenda, I had this thing when I started working. I worked for a German company. This company was owned by sorry, indulge me for a second, Danny. I know you're bit for time. This company was
No,
owned.
no, you can continue.
All right. This company was owned by a Japanese company called Nishimbo, the Nishimbo Group. And they owned this one. It was a brake manufacturing company. We did the brakes for the Gautrain, by the way. I was on the R&D team of that. And one of the things that we did, first thing that they did when they took over this company, the South African company side, was to take us on safety training. And they are so safety conscious because if you think about it carefully, if you address your safety issues and have preventative ways to prevent incidents in the company, you save the company a lot of money, not just in accidental compensation
Yeah.
or damages, downtime, all those kind of things. But the problem with most of the managers that we have today, people get into these jobs because of connections, not because they understand what they're doing, not because they have the requisite qualification. Okay, some of the old heads in the industry don't really have the paper qualification, but in terms of knowing the job and being safety conscious, they are very safety conscious. And most of those companies these days, they chase money. They put pressure on these drivers. And there's drivers that will behave haphazardly. And I understand. I mean, the companies need to make money, but we need to ask the question, at what cost? And the government
Yeah.
is also not helping. Government is not looking after these things. They're not holding companies responsible for these issues because this is not the first accident, by the way.
Yeah.
This is not the first where national assets are actually damaged and people die on the road. I can talk about this. I mean, the easiest ones that we can remember, coal trucks. And people tend to think that coal is not a hazardous material. All coal trucks also have to have hazmat certificates. Most people don't know that, but it's a standard that is not even observed sometimes in the industry. Government is not holding companies to account. Somebody has to pay, especially for
Yeah.
this one.
And
Somebody.
did you see where there's I think it's that said or something. I'm sorry if I'm not saying the surname correct. When he was saying that the driver was going to take the permit from Captain Park. I freezed because I get a permit to get to Botswana, to enter Botswana. And the question that I have, how do you get a permit to get into another country in Kempton Park? And again, you know what? There was one time when I think it was on another live, when we were talking about this. And some driver said to me, When Brenda, you're talking nonsense, and I can smoke. When I said to them, even when we do this inspections or investigations or whatever that we're doing, we don't expect drivers to have even a matches. And when you stop them, the first question sometimes randomly will be, do you have a matches for me, or do you have a lighter for me? And as soon as that person says yes, we know that that person must be arrested, because you cannot be having a matches or a lighter while you driving this dangerous goods material. And the other driver was saying to me, but that's nonsense what you're saying. And it's really worrying to see how people think, and especially those who are driving these trucks.
You know what's said, Sis Brenda? This company, Infinite, is 51% black coal owned. It's not a white person that owns this company. It's 51% owned by who I think it's Poncho and Tami Ngwenya. Those are the two co-owners, together with that gentleman Ronye, who is also the CEO, I think. And when it comes to this permit issue, Sis Bren, I can tell you, Gutumtweni is not, and he's wrong. That in terms of how that is supposed to be done, but I can tell you that they do it. Most fly-by-night companies do it. They will load material and dispatch the truck. Incompetent people, they'll dispatch the truck without the necessary paperwork, and then in the next town, they will digitally send the paperwork to some clearing house or some personal person that they use somewhere in town to forward that paperwork in order not to delay trucks on the dock after loading, which is illegal.
Yeah.
Which is illegal because I'm going to make another example for how I used to do things. I had a system in place where I used to work. I used to require reports, shift reports, right? The shift reports are basic reports. I want to see all the paperwork that was done, permits were done on time, everything was signed off and all that. Way bills, I want to see all of that, what was loaded, all those kind of things. I need that at my desk even if I'm not there, I need that at my desk by the end of shift. And then at the end of the week, of the working week, right? Every other end of the week, what I would do, I would require a detailed report, incidents, industrial incidents or non-industrial incidents, or where the workflow or paperwork was not collected and done properly. I needed that on my desk. How does that help us? As operations managers or logistics managers, how does that help us? It helps you to prevent issues like this. Because you create a monthly report, a management report, which you take to the management meetings and say, these are our reports in terms of performance, with not positive performance only. We're looking performance as a whole to say that this is what we've done this month against our targets. And this is how we succeeded in some of the things that we're doing. And this are the projects that we will be taking on to improve staff competency, because I noted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that didn't go well. This accident could have been prevented very easily. This is negligence, and I can tell you from afar, I do not work for that company, but I can tell you that.
And Bradeni?
Hi, Brenda.
Oh, can you still? You know what? The accident that so help us God. The accident when Bradeni and Bafana, that's still going to happen. It's an accident at a garage station. Even today, people don't believe it will happen, but one day it will happen, because we've got stubborn public People who don't want to listen when we say, stop using your cell phones at the filling stations. There's a reason why there's
Yeah.
warnings against that. People, even a lot of us in this life, we all know in our hearts of hearts that when you get to a police station, you think you can just answer a message or talk to someone. One day it will be one day. Sorry to say, but I'm telling you, one day it will be one day, people are going to die because people don't listen. People should learn to read, have information, want to know better, and also do better and become law-abiding citizens. Like we were saying about a signage. Yes, I do understand now about the signage and all that, but that doesn't mean that if I don't see a stop sign, doesn't mean I shouldn't stop. Or if there's a load shedding, the robots are not working, doesn't mean I have to be unruly and not stop and not use logic. I mean, some things really, they just want us to think logically.
Yeah. Yes.
Because if this was a competent driver as well, this is my last point, Praten. If this was a competent driver, do you know that if you look at the bridge, let's say where the accident happened, the bridge has I think it has a clearance of 4 point something meters. And you know that your head of the truck will go through. But because of your tanker, it will not go through. I don't care what you say. That tanker needs a clearance of more than 6 meters. Okay.
Mm.
It would have never gone through. He
All
knew
right.
it.
Mm.
No, but it's okay, Bradeni. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's been an interesting conversation.
No, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Bafana. I don't think we would have had a better summary, a better closing than the one that we gave us. Guys, remember, we were supposed to stop at 9. We had an hour of extra time, but I think it was worth it. Bafana summarized this thing so beautiful for us. From my side, like somebody said when we started, this is a lesson learned for us as a country. Somebody equated this tragedy to Marikana, that it's something that some of us were not aware of, but equally there are professionals like Bobafana, but Clifford, I'm not sure if Clifford or Aprenda, who knows things, who knows what should have happened, should have not happened. So as much as this is a tragedy, which is a lesson for all of us, what I'm getting from all the speakers, especially the professionals, this is most definitely something that could have been avoided. I've got little knowledge of health and safety from my daily employment. There are certain things that should have been observed. We're not sure if those things have been observed. I think the challenge now is for those who will be investigating these things, especially from the police side, to employ the services of professionals like Bobafana Boprenda. Because SAPS by itself, I doubt if they would have the necessary capabilities to investigate this accident or this tragedy. But definitely, if we are to follow the standard operating procedures that should have been in place, like a lot of people have said, this thing could have somehow been avoided. But we're going to leave it to the authorities to investigate, hoping they won't be late, because when things are like this, the company itself, the labor broker itself, they can start to cook a lot of things, but a good investigator will be able to catch up if something was cooked up. But all in all, yeah, it's a tragedy that should have been avoided. Now, people must answer. I think Bafana mentioned the name of Herat, the person who should have been responsible for that entire route. Those people must provide answers. The company itself must provide answers. And I think the fact that 27 people died, I don't think anybody should subject themselves to being bought throughout the investigation. So
Yeah.
let's see how it goes and hope that SAPS or the Hawks or whoever who's going to investigate this thing, they are going to leave no stone unturned for the sake of the 27 lives that have been lost. But from where I'm sitting, I agree with the submissions that this could have definitely been avoided. Have all the procedures been followed step by step, this could have been avoided. And it's highly possible that there were some corners that were cut by the company. Brenda, your parting shots?
Yeah, no, it's well, this was very interesting, and I truly, I was, blessed to have Bafana on this live who shares the same vision as myself. And again, when Braden, I really wish I was that side where I could come and investigate and see what's happening. So unfortunately, I'm very far from that. But in any case, I really hope also that people do a fair job so that people should know the truth and so that these things should stop. And really, when Bradeni, and now I've taken upon myself to say I'm going to do maybe lives or videos that will be teaching people on this kind of things, because this is only upon ourselves. The government, we cannot, we cannot even rely on them. Let me just put it like that. We must just do it ourselves to inform the public and keep them safe. So, in all fairness, this was very good and lovely as usual, and very informative. And I also wish people will still like our lives, and share them so that this message and information get to as many people as possible. And it's very sad when then, like you said, and remember, there were nurses who died, even kids who were already, children who were already, hospitalized, who burned, and it's terrible. It's really terrible. And even the driver himself, I know he's very stressful. He's stressing, and shame. We don't wish this to anyone. But in any case, thank you, Anabra Deni. And thanks to everyone with the gift. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brenda. All right, guys, this is where we're going to leave it for tonight. Thank you for all those who have joined us. Thank you for your inputs, all those who came on air to give us their professional views and their intelligent views. Thank you all those who participated in the comment section, those who shared the live, all the likes, the gifts, the gifters. We thank you all. Yes, Belarus is Belarus. The live is recorded, so I'll try to find a way to edit it and repost it in small segments. Alternatively, I will post it on my YouTube channel. All those who are not following me on YouTube, please check my bio. There's a YouTube link there. Just go through that link and subscribe to my channel. If I can't edit this live and post it in small segments, I will post the entire live on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel, I think, is Deni Matenzu, if I'm not mistaken. But if you go on my bio, there is a link. Just go on my bio, you will see my YouTube link. You just click that link. It will take you to my channel and then you subscribe. Subscription is for free. Guys, you don't pay anything to subscribe to YouTube. So check my YouTube on my bio and subscribe. I will repost the recording there. But if I'm able to edit it and cut it into pieces, I will do that because this was informative as well, especially the last part. But we've had a number of experts, Brenda, who've given us their professional account on what should have happened. So from my side, I will continue monitoring the story. My interest is on the legal side, whether there was compliance or non-compliance with the applicable legislations. If there was non-compliance, what's going to happen next in terms of the law? Will this matter go to court? When it goes to court, what charges are going to be put against who? So that is my interest that I will be following. And should there be any further development, we will schedule another live and talk about this thing. Otherwise, that's it from me, guys. You guys have a good night.
Night. Bye.
Bye, Brenda. Phumzile Mama Bolo. Good night, guys. Bye, Cindy. Yes, my old lady, I also learned a lot from this. Bye, Zekiah. Pele has died. Wow, that's bad news. Bye, Melkev. Yeah, this was very informative, Linman. I also learned a lot. Bye, Jacqueline and Christine 13. Good night. Cheers, Terry. It is my pleasure. Thank Bella. Thank you, Bella, for subscribing. Thank you. Bye, Pule. All right, guys. Good night. I'm going to switch off because there are new people who keeps on joining, so they're not sure what's happening. Bye, Lodrick. Unfortunately, you couldn't get through. I accepted you, I think, 5 times. Let's hope next time when we go live, you will be able to come through. My apologies. I accepted you, I think, 5 times, but you just couldn't come through. I'm not sure what was the problem. All right, good night, guys.